Those will just come in and head up in the circle and call it good.
You want on side to side here?
Yeah, we'll line them up butt to butt for showmanship, and then we'll loop them out. Testing, testing.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Fletcher, North Carolina, here at the Western Ag Center. And we welcome you to Carolina on My Mind. We're going to be showing some cattle today. I think everybody here is aware of that. We're going to begin our morning with some special recognitions of some folks who have made big marks on the Hereford industry here, and I'm going to pass the mic to my left here to Mr. Brian Blinson, who's going to make those recognitions. Again, welcome here to the North Carolina on My Mind Southeast Regional Hereford Show.
Thank you, Weston. It is truly an honor to have get the chance to make these two recognitions. And first is somebody that I was really happy to call a friend, that we knew each other our whole lives, and she was quite a special lady. Kim Udi was a fixture in the barns from this end of the country to the other with these young ladies that are in the ring that I couldn't be more proud of. She was a Hereford person. She was a show mom, but she was the true embodiment of why we do this. We do it to raise kids, and nobody did it better than she did, as evidenced by these two young ladies that are going to receive this plaque from Wayne. And I want us all to just say a little prayer for them as they go forward and continue the legacy of their dear mom. Girls, thank you. All right, the next recognition is to someone who's been a fixture of show rings his whole life as well. He's not only shown champions in some of the biggest shows in the country, but sorted the cattle. He's raised some of the good ones, but he is truly dedicated to the craft. He's a field man extraordinaire, loves these deals because he loves the kids and the families. And Tommy, if you'd come up, we've got a little something for you, and it would only be fitting, Kim, if you'd come in with him. They're a team. Tommy's been in the Hereford business. I think you attended his first event, if you read your book, when he was 2 months old. And he's a little older than that now, and he moves a little slower, but I'm telling you, this is a man that is truly dedicated to you. And we appreciate everything that he has done and this couple's done for not only the Hereford industry, but the livestock industry in general. Let's give Tommy and Kim a big round of applause and a thank you. Tommy's going to retire at the end of the Junior National. He's still going to be around. If you're going to need some pictures taken or just somebody to come and help you get good advice, give him a shout. Tommy and Kim, thank you very much.
So let's give one more round of applause to those two individuals, Ms. Kim Udi and Mr. Tommy Coley. Thank you for the influence that you've had on the Hereford industry, as well as many junior livestock exhibitors as they've grown up and moved into the agricultural industry. Again, today we are going to begin out with our showmanship classes, and we're going to begin with our pee-wees. We've got a couple of heats to run through, and then we'll run finals, and we'll be calling for you in the barn. Looks like we got our first 6 entries lined up down in the ring. Once again, we would like to welcome all of you here to North Carolina. We appreciate you joining us here for the Southeast Regional Hereford Show. While you're here, if there's anything you need, let us know. We have our North Carolina Department of Agriculture staff here on deck with us. We appreciate the support of the North Carolina Department of Agriculture. And my name is Weston McCorkle, and I'll be here for you today, hopefully keeping us in line and recognizing the youth that are showing. And we are ready for that first heat of pee-wees. As those first class is coming in, we would like to recognize Dr. Patrick Gunn, who has joined us today to be our judge. Patrick grew up on a diversified purebred cattle and sheep fair to finish swine and row crop operation that is still being run by his father and his brother. Patrick attended Purdue University, where he was a member of the 2005 Purdue Livestock Judging Team and received a PhD in ruminant nutrition and reproduction. Patrick was on the faculty at Iowa State University for 4 years as the state beef cow calf extension specialist, where he also taught the capstone beef cattle management course and conducted applied research. Currently, he's working for Purina Animal Nutrition for 8 years and currently serves as a senior nutritionist and research and development director for the Honor Show Feed line and Small Ruminant Technical Solutions. Patrick has judged shows of all levels from Washington to South Carolina and points in between. He and his wife Kara and 2 sons Maddox and Wyatt own and operate Gun Brothers Cattle Company, focused on Hereford and Maine genetics. We appreciate him being with us here today, and we're going to see what kind of judging he's got for us. Again, first heat of Pee Wees in the ring. Heat number 2 will be lining up on deck. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everyone. Definitely a pleasure to have the honor to be here this weekend. I think many of you know that we've been kind of entrenched in the Hereford game at home for the last 7 or 8 years since my boys got started, and spent a lot of time going around and fitting and helping people over the years before that. And long before we ever had kids, I knew that Herefords were the breed that we wanted to tie into, not just because of the cattle, but mostly because of the people. Even when I didn't own any Herefords of my own, I used to love to go to junior nationals and help people because of the people. They were great to everybody. Didn't matter whether you own cattle, didn't own cattle. It was just refreshing and fun, good camaraderie every time we went to a Hereford show, and wanted my boys to have the opportunity to be exposed to that. And so this show definitely holds a special place in my heart to have the opportunity to sort this weekend. As we get started here in our Showmanship division, we're going to bring these 3 individuals back on my right-hand side. Just kind of a heads up to back in the barn. We're not going to let a lot of grass grow here today. I know we've got quite a few heats of Showmanship to get through and quite a few cattle to get through. And y'all have an event here this evening, cookout here, I think, at 6 o'clock, so I want to make sure that we don't butt up against that too tight. But we're going to keep things going. But these 3 individuals over here on the right-hand side, we'll see them back in the finals. Let's give all these exhibitors a nice round of applause here to get the morning started off.
And again, currently looking at our second heat of Pee Wee Showmanship. Our first heat finds Connor McQuaig, Ellie Porch, and Audrey Bailey will be returning for our Pee Wee finals. Again, heat 1 and heat 2 currently is in the ring. Those 3 individuals from heat 1 checked in the makeup area for the championship drive. On our Pee Wees, we will be recognizing the top 5 in the final heat, and we will be asking those individuals in the top 5 will be asked to take their show stick and just their person over and have a photo made, so we won't be making those photos with the animals. Again, heat number 2, heat 2 Pee Wee Showmanship in the ring.
Well, again, another very competitive heat here in our Pee Wee division, and not taking anything away from the 3 individuals over here. We talked a little bit about a couple things to work on, but I think these 2 young ladies over here on my right-hand side, they just kind of set themselves apart in this particular division. Let's give all of them a round of applause, and we'll get a reset here and get us top 5 in a few minutes.
And returning out of heat 2 for our Pee Wee finals, we find Kylie Lovin out of Georgia and Paisley Young out of Tennessee. Congratulations to all of our heat 2 exhibitors. Again, we're going to line that up and we're going to run our Pee Wee finals showmanship.
Well, really a tremendous set of Pee Wee showmen here to get the morning started off with, and we've got 5 really, really talented individuals out here that I'm not sure how many of y'all end up in Louisville for Junior Nationals, but I'm guessing it's quite a few of you. I'd expect a few of you to really make a run here at Junior Nationals in the Pee Wee division this summer for Showmanship. I think we've got some really talented individuals just in terms of their mechanics, the way they handle themselves in the ring, that look, the poise. Obviously, we've got we're going to have to work on our spacing out here for the upcoming classes, make sure we don't get ourselves too close to the out gate. And I'm not going to chastise anybody for that here this morning. That's always a difficult situation, being right there at the hole when you're trying to come out. But I'm going to go out. I'm going to select you a 5th all the way up to 1st. But let's go out and give these exhibitors a round of applause. Really a tremendous way to get the morning started off. Congratulations to all of you.
Let's give one final round of applause to these young people here for our Pee Wee finals. Say leave, and we would like to ask each of you, once you hand off your animal, we're going to take a people picture with your show sticks. And I'll give you those placings momentarily. And our Pee Wee finals found our first place entry being exhibited by Ellie Porch, followed in second place by Paisley Young out of Tennessee, third place by Kylie Lovin out of Georgia, fourth place by Connor McQuaig, also out of Georgia, and fifth place, Audrey Bailey out of North Carolina. Again, that's a good class, a couple of good classes to lead our weekend off for our show. We are going to move into our Junior Showmanship Heat 1, Junior Showmanship Heat 1, with Heat 2 checking in the makeup area. Heat 2 checking in the makeup area, Junior Showman Heat 1 in the ring. This evening we will be joining for the North Carolina Pig Picking and Family Fun Night at 6:30. But in the meantime, we would like to remind everyone that our concession stand is open if you need something to kind of get you through the afternoon. I'd also remind you that the hospitality suite is open up on the top level up there beside the show office. Again, currently looking at our first heat of junior showmanship. Heat 2 checked in the makeup area.
Well, obviously, we get into a much larger division here, as we're going to have 5 heats. So we're going to have to be pretty cutthroat on our pulls so that we got enough room for everybody to operate when we get back out here for the champion drive. I'm sure there's going to be an individual or two in each heat that definitely could have made it, that unfortunately we're just not going to be able to pull today. As we get into this division, in this particular heat, there's 2 or 3 more individuals I think do a really good job mechanically in terms of getting that animal set up. Just comes down to ring awareness a little bit for me, just making sure you're filling your holes, helping those in front of you. Obviously, these kids are all big enough at this stage of the game. If there's one that's not walking in front of you, don't be afraid to get in there and kind of help that one in front of you a little bit, particularly in a showmanship division. If we're talking about the big show, obviously we're going to let the ring help you there, but make sure you're helping your fellow showman out here today, filling your gaps. That's going to get you a long way for me using the whole ring out here. I think these 2 young ladies over here do a tremendous job. We'll see how they shape up when we get back out for our top 5 overall, but let's give all these exhibitors in our first heat a really nice round of applause. Great group of showmen to get our junior division started off. We pulled a little deeper in this particular heat, but I think these three individuals on the right-hand side over here just do a tremendous job in terms of mechanics and kind of getting them to pop a spot as soon as they get them where they want. Again, young lady here kind of got cornered in the out hole, and I'm going to try to give a little grace on that because that's obviously about the worst position you can be in the entire fairgrounds when it comes to showmanship, when they're wanting to push you out the whole time. But with that, I think these three individuals do a tremendous job. Again, not taking anything away from our other four over here. Just need to work on some ring spacing, general ring awareness, things like that. But a really good group here in our second heat. Let's give all these exhibitors a round of applause, if you would, as well.
And heat 2, juniors leaving for the final drive. And a little while for junior showmanship, we'll be bringing back Maley Porch out of Tennessee, Bo Knight out of Georgia, and Ainsley G out of North Carolina. From heat 1, we'll be bringing back Brooklyn Price out of Alabama and Gracie Simpson out of South Carolina. Again, heat 3, junior showmanship entering the ring at this time with heat 4. Heat 4 checking in the makeup area for junior showmanship.
Well, and the competition just keeps getting deeper in every particular heat. Again, I think these two young men over here on the right-hand side kind of sort themselves up in this particular division. I think there's another one or two out here that we could probably justify making a pull on any given day. I think their calmness and kind of collectedness out here set them apart. I got a couple other individuals out here. The mechanics are good. Cattle aren't extra cooperative today, and I think a little bit of that's coming from the showman side of the equation. Maybe just a little bit too amped up, a little bit too excited, and that's kind of resonating with the cattle themselves. Just everybody take a deep breath when you come in here. I think that'll go a long ways on getting these cattle kind of under control. But again, I think a really good group of showmen. These two individuals over here do a really, really nice job. Let's give them all a round of applause.
And Heat 4, Junior Showmanship ready for you in the ring. Leaving the ring in Heat 3, returning for our championship drive shortly will be Tillman Staley out of Tennessee and Rhett Day out of Tennessee. Congratulations to all of our Heat 3 exhibitors for our Junior Showmanship. Again, Heat 4. Heat 4 entering the ring at this time with Heat 5. Heat 5, please be checked in the makeup area.
easily the most competitive class we've had out here so far today, and there's 4 individuals out here that were definitely in contention. I'll be the first to admit I'm a big first impression kind of guy, and there's one individual over here on the wall yet that definitely made a really good first impression in terms of came in, got that one set up and knocked out of the park, and then the longer they were out here and the longer we worked them, kind of didn't get the feet set a few times and just maybe didn't fill some gaps and things like that. But another tremendous group of showmen out here. Let's give all 6 of them a round of applause. We'll see these 2 young ladies back here in just a few minutes. Congratulations, you guys. Good to go. You did everything awesome. You just need to fill that gap a little quicker next time on me, all right? So when I pull one out in front of you, just make sure you go ahead and go right up to that one right in behind you. Just fill that space. But other than that, you did an awesome job setting that one up.
And Heat 5 of our junior showmanship competition in the ring at this time. This will be our last individual class before we run our finals for juniors. We would ask those individuals from the previous 4 classes identified to come back to check in the makeup area at this time. All identified class 1 through 4 junior showmen, please begin checking in for the final championship drive for showmanship. Once again, Class 5 or Heat 5 in the ring at this time.
Another really competitive division here, and we're going to pull an extra one back out of this heat. I thought it was just really cutting hairs on my second and third pull there, so we're going to give both of them an opportunity to come back out and show themselves again, the champion drive. And again, not taking anything away from my 4 individuals over here along the wall yet, but I think these 3 over here just do a really good job in terms of mechanics, ring spacing. When that animal's on point, it absolutely looks its best. I think all 3 of these individuals definitely have the right kind of composure out here, get those animals set up in the right way. Again, probably giving a little bit of grace to the individual that was down there in the corner hole trying to work its way out the entire time. I'm not really sure a good way to work around that here today, because it doesn't matter which way we set them up, they're going to be facing in a hole. But we're going to bring these 3 individuals back. Let's give all these exhibitors in this heat a really nice round of applause. We'll see them back in a few minutes. No, let them go out, reset. We'll bring everybody in. Because we've got, guys, when we come back in, we got a big group, so you guys are going to have to kind of stay together, okay? Yep. Yeah, that's fine. We're going to let them go out, reset for just a second. We got an awful big group. I just want to make sure we get everybody in here tight enough to work.
And once again, our junior showmanship final drive lining up back there on deck. Out of Heat 5, returning for that championship drive are Clayton Musser out of Indiana, Levi Womack, Kentucky, and Hoyt Lawrence out of Georgia. Again, junior showmanship, final drive entering the ring at this time for junior showmanship. We will be following that with our intermediate. Intermediate will be following our junior showmanship finals. We would like to remind you that all of our shows are being live streamed, so if you've got folks who are not here today who would like to watch some of the show, you can visit millsmediasolutions.com. That is also in the program at the next to the last page. Well, I guess it's actually if you flip 2 pages back, you'll find a link for that. It's also streaming live off of the Carolina on My Mind Southeastern Region Facebook page as well. So again, millsmediasolutions.com. You can click on Watch Live Shows. It's there. For those of you who maybe are out in the barn or back and forth between the show ring and the barn, you can pull that up out there as well. And again, millsmediasolutions.com for the live stream of the shows over the weekend.
We're going to kill a minute here because I'm still pretty clueless as to how this is going to come together. There's a few of them. They're starting to sort their way up. But let's start off by giving these juniors a round of applause. Tremendous group of showmen out here, and usually when I get into the finals I can start nitpicking some things even at this age, whether it's how you're standing in terms of your posture, maybe how you're handling your halter, how you're handling your show stick. My wife and I have some very distinctive pet peeves about what we like to see and what we don't like to see in the ring. And unfortunately, that's not really helping me out here because every one of these individuals has their halter on their head at the right spot. They're holding the halter where we like to see the halter held. They're working their stick the way we like to see it. Most everybody's pulling them pretty much directly into it. So we're going to have to work through these probably another lap and start getting into a top 5 here. But really a tremendous group of individuals. I'd be very, very surprised if all these young exhibitors out here don't make it out of their heat at junior nationals. I know that's always something we strive for. Showmanship, something we spend a whole bunch of time on at home, and my wife and I are kind of, if you're not first, you're last when it comes to showmanship, and so I understand that there's a lot of emotions both inside the ring, outside the ring. One thing that I'm kind of looking through here right now is just trying to find those individuals that fall in that kind of continuum between maybe being a little bit too intense and a little bit too lackadaisical out here. We might be able to sort a few things there, but this is really cutting hairs. I mean, any of these 12 individuals could be top 5 on any given day. So kudos to the moms and dads and aunts and uncles and fitters out there that are helping get these individuals dialed in day to day on their showmanship skills. I know it takes a lot of people because our youngins don't necessarily listen to mom and dad so much anymore, and they got to listen to somebody else. So I know there's a lot of people that help these young exhibitors get where they are in terms of their showmanship capabilities and skills. But let's give them one more round of applause. We're going to work them a little harder, and we'll get you a top 5. Okay, we're going to go out and get you a top five. I'm going to go 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And once again, tremendous group of showmen. Can't get over how good this set is. I can only imagine what our intermediates and seniors are going to be like. But let's give them one more round of applause. I'll go get you a top five. Congratulations to everybody.
And our junior showmanship final running or just finishing up this point in time, we would remind those exhibitors to please, once you've shed your animal or handed that off, we'd ask each of the individual top five showmen, along with their show sticks, to please report to the photo booth to get a picture made with the group of showmen. Our junior showmanship finals did find our first place entry, exhibited a showman, Harper Rose Starnes out of Alabama. Rhett Day in second place out of Tennessee. Third place, Brooklyn Price out of Alabama. Levi Womack out of Kentucky in fourth place. And fifth place, Ainsley G out of North Carolina. That was a lot of good showing in that ring, folks, out of those 5 heats. And we are now going to move into our intermediate classes. So intermediate heat number 1 entering at this time with heat 2. Intermediates checking in the makeup area. Once again, we would remind you that this evening at 6:30 we will be having a pig picking for all those attending the event. In the meantime, the concession stand is open here in the Magoo Center. And also there is the hospitality suite up beside the show office. Again, intermediate, heat 1 in the ring at this time.
Great way to get our intermediate division started off here. And we could pull for days. I think there's probably 5 individuals out here that are deserving. But for me today, the 2 individuals behind me, these young ladies, just get there a little bit quicker, better ring utilization, better ring spacing than some of the other individuals in contention out here. And to me, they're pretty clear-cut top 2, so we're going to pull them back. We'll see them for their champion in this division. But let's give all these exhibitors in our first heat of intermediates a round of applause for coming out today. Really nice group all the way down.
And intermediate heat 2 on deck. Heat 1 having just left the ring. Those returning for the championship drive for intermediate showmanship will be Martina Alley out of Georgia and Mary Carter Shirley out of Tennessee. Again, heat 2, intermediate entering the ring at this time with heat 3. Heat 3 checking in the makeup area.
pulled a little deeper than I anticipated when they first came in, but I think the mechanics on all four of these individuals we're going to have back in our champion lineup are really, really good. Cattle are fighting to some different degrees out here, so trying to navigate through that and still figure out who has the best basic showman capabilities out here. I think these four are very good, but let's give all of our exhibitors in this heat another round of applause. Really a really tough division top to bottom here.
Heat 3, intermediate, showman in the ring. Heat 4. Heat 4 checking in the makeup area for our intermediate exhibitors. Heat 2, those that will be returning for the championship drive will be Hess Fowler out of Georgia, Jordan Mitchum out of North Carolina, Benton McClanahan out of Tennessee, and Jackson Massey out of Tennessee. Again, Heat 3, intermediate showman in the ring. Heat 4. Heat 4, that'll be the final individual class, checking in the makeup area.
Well, another incredible heat here in our intermediate division, and again, I continue to pull more than I'd probably anticipate or want to at some points, but I wouldn't pull you if I didn't think you all had a legitimate chance at top 5 here after bit. So we'll see these 4 individuals back. We could probably pull another 1 or 2, but probably got to draw a line in the sand somewhere. Really good quartet over here on the right-hand side. Let's give all these exhibitors a round of applause in this heat. Tremendous, tremendous job.
Intermediate Heat 4 entering the ring. This is our last individual class before we go to our championship drive. Championship drive for intermediate will follow 4, which is entering the ring. From Heat 3, we'll see the following individuals coming back into the ring for that championship drive. That's going to be Evan Jackson out of Tennessee, Lindy Helsinger out of Ohio, Jalen Holt, hailing from Mississippi, and Katie Musser out of Indiana. Again, Heat 4 in the ring. Those individuals from Heat 1, 2, and 3, if you were identified to return for championship drive, please be checking in the makeup area at this time.
Another very high caliber set of individuals out here to round out our intermediate division. And again, this is one where I could probably pull 2, maybe even 3 more, but trying to keep in mind the numbers that we've pulled back so far and who's probably genuinely in contention for a top 5. We're going to settle with these 2 over here on my right. I think they do a nice job. They get there very quickly, very composed, get those feet where they need to be in a hurry, and way they hold the head on them animals is really, really good. So we'll see them back here in just a few minutes. Let's give this last heat of intermediates a round of applause, and we'll get going on our finals here.
And returning out of Heat 4 will be Maisie Bunn out of North Carolina and Silas Gullett of Alabama. Again, intermediate final drive lining up in the makeup area. We'll bring that drive back in here momentarily. For those of you showing in seniors, be aware senior Heat 1 will begin following our intermediate drive. Intermediate finals will wind up with our senior Heat 1. Again, championship drive of our intermediate in the ring. Championship drive, intermediate showmanship in the ring. First heat seniors, please be checking in the makeup area. Seniors, first heat, please be checking in the makeup area. Those of you following along, we'll be beginning with our steers at immediately following our showmanship today. So we've got, again, intermediate championship drive followed by our seniors, and then we'll move into our steers. Those will follow immediately following the showmanship.
Well, I couldn't be happier with the group of individuals that we've got back out here for champion in this intermediate division. And much like what we saw with the junior division as well, this thing goes 8 or 10 deep pretty easily. For me today, we've got 6 individuals out here kind of vying for top 5 spots. And that's not to take anything away from the rest of you out here. For me, though, when we get to this age group, it's more than about just getting the feet set and your positioning within the ring and your spacing within the ring. I tell our older son Maddox all the time that I want to be able to look at you and never have to look at your calf and know that thing is set up. And I think there's that line in the sand where you can be confident but not cocky about your showmanship abilities. And I think there's a lot of people that are very good showmen that it has to be a little bit forced. And there's some people that are very good showmen, they're just naturally very good showmen. And they know when they're stuck, and they know when they're doing the right things. And I want to be able to look at that individual out here and know that that thing's set up before I ever look at your calf. And there's 6 of you out here that get it done really quickly. Your ring presence is incredible. Your spacing is really good. And you've all got that look where I never really have to look at your animal, and I know that it's set up. And it's going to make it tough on me to leave one of you out because, again, it's really, really tough to figure out where we're going to leave that 6th individual. Now, with that said, there's one individual out here that just runs away with it, in my opinion. It's not even close from the time they hit the ring the very first time. Ring presence, spacing, ring utilization, their mechanics is just out of this world good. Unfortunately, the rest of you are fighting for 2 through 5. But I'll go out and show you a top 5. We'll go 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, just like we've been doing. But let's give this division of showmen, even those that didn't make it back, a round of applause. This has been an outstanding group of intermediate showmen.
Great job by our intermediate exhibitors. Our first place showman for intermediate finals will be Martina Alley out of Georgia, followed in second place by Jordan Mitchum from North Carolina. Third place, Katie Musser, Indiana, followed in fourth place by Evan Jackson out of Tennessee, and fifth place, Mary Carter Shirley out of Tennessee as well. Again, top 5 exhibitors, please pass your animal off, make certain to stop by the photo booth for a group shot with you and your show stick. No animals necessary. All right, folks, we're going to move into our senior showman. This will be our last showmanship classes. We do have Heat 1 on deck. Heat 2, seniors, please be checked in the makeup area. We have 3 heats of seniors. We'll follow that with the senior finals, and then we'll move into our steers following that. Again, welcome to the Western Ag Center here for our Southeast Regional Hereford Show. Would remind you again that if you're out in the barn or leave the building here and you'd like to keep up what's going on in the show, you can go to Mills Media Solution. That's MELS Mediasolutions.com. Click on Watch Live. You can also pass that off to anyone who happens to not have joined you here at the fairgrounds today or at the Ag Center. Once again, first heat, seniors in the ring. Heat 2, checking in the makeup area.
really deep class here, heat to get our senior division started off with. And again, this is one where we could probably pull another 2 out of this heat in particular. For me, I think these 2 young ladies over here, though, just in terms of mechanics and the way they get their feet set, and to a certain extent just the cooperation of the animal in the game today is just a little bit better. But let's give all 6 of these exhibitors a round of applause for coming out today. We'll see these 2 young ladies back in a short bit.
Senior Heat 1, finding Megan Mallory out of Virginia and Erica Shutsky out of North Carolina that will be returning for our championship drive of our senior showmanship. Heat 2 in the ring at this time. Heat 3, the final individual class, checking into the makeup area. Philip Cave, you're needed in the ring. You're needed in the ring, Philip Cave. Thank you.
Pretty razor thin here in this particular division or heat in terms of who we're going to bring back. Again, I think all these individuals have the right kind of composure and mechanics. Again, some of these cattle are being a little more cantankerous than others. And I'm probably getting really, really critical on feet placement out here just because I know at that senior level, we should know when that animal looks its absolute best, and when a foot needs moved 2 or 3 inches, let's go ahead and move it. With those younger kids, I'm one that says let's get it 90% and call it good enough. When we get into this stage of the equation, particularly in the showmanship division, I want to see those feet exactly where they need to be to make that animal look its absolute best. And I think these two individuals over here do a really, really good job with that. Let's give these 6 exhibitors a round of applause, and we'll see how you guys shape up when we get back out in a few minutes.
Senior heat number 2 finds our 2 entries that will be returning for our championship drive, being Mary Elliott Martin out of Alabama and Tanner Mantooth out of Georgia. Final heat, heat number 3, last individual class of our senior showmanship. Prior to our senior finals drive, we would ask heat 1 and 2 individuals identified to compete for championship to please check in the makeup area. Following our senior finals, we will move into our steers for the afternoon.
as we wind down our senior division here. Again, three really talented individuals. We're going to bring back for our champion in this particular division. Again, probably getting very nitpicky out here on these other three young people. Again, just some subtle things with some feet placement, got them a little camped underneath themselves at different times, or maybe didn't have those front feet lined up right where they needed to be. Again, mechanics are good, posture is good, composure is good, just getting really critical on where those feet are when you guys think you're good enough in this particular division. But let's give our last heat a round of applause. We'll get these three individuals back out here for our champion overall.
And congratulations to all of our Heat 3 senior showmen. We will see Charlie Birdsell of North Carolina returning to our championship drive, Carly Musser out of Indiana, and Mary Hannah Gullett out of Alabama. Again, senior championship drive for our showmanship. Line it up back there, and we'll bring them in momentarily. This will be our final showmanship class prior to moving into our steer show this afternoon.
well, maybe not quite the numbers here in our senior division that we had in our juniors and intermediates, but we definitely haven't given up any in terms of quality on the top end. Very, very happy with the 7 individuals we got back out here vying for our top 5, and you could cut these a lot of different ways. For me, there's 2 individuals that sort themselves to the top pretty quickly, and you can go either way with it, but like I said earlier today, I'm very much a first impression kind of judge when it comes to the showmanship side of the equation. You kind of either hit me pretty hard and you do the things I like, or you don't. Putting it pretty plainly, unfortunately. But all 7 of these individuals do a really nice job out here. But again, for me, there's 5 that kind of sort themselves to the top. I'll select you a top 5 in reverse order like we've done with the other divisions. But let's give all of our senior exhibitors a round of applause, and all of our showmanship exhibitors a round of applause for that matter. This has been a tremendous showmanship competition here throughout the morning and early afternoon.
And rounding out our senior showmanship finds our first place exhibitor Tanner Mantooth. Hailing out of Georgia. Carly Musser, hailing out of Indiana in second. Third place, Megan Mallory, hailing out of Virginia. And Mary Elliott Martin, hailing out of Alabama. And Mary Hannah Gullett in fifth place out of Alabama. Congratulations to all those exhibitors as well as our senior showmen. And again, once again, when you get those animals handed off, make certain to get a group photo with your show stick. Folks, we're going to take a very brief break. We're going to say let's take a 5-minute break before we start steers. We would ask our first class of steers, you may begin checking in at this time. In fact, that is all steers, I do believe. Give me just a moment. Sorry, Class 1, Class 2, and Class 3. So Class 1, market steers checking in the makeup area. We'll start this thing back about 1:35. All right, folks, we're ready to start this steer show. I think we've got our first class lined up down there. This should be a 3-entry class, Your Honor. Class 2 and Class 3 steers, please be checked in as well. We're going to get our afternoon started off. Once again, Patrick Gunn joining us as our judge today. We appreciate him being here. Appreciate all of you who are joining us there in the stands to support our exhibitors. And we're going to start out with our steers. We'll be moving to bulls, followed by our bred and owned cow calves. And that's where I'm going to stop for right now. Again, first class market steers in the ring. Class 2 and Class 3 checking in the makeup area.
Really a high-quality trio of steers here to get our show started off this afternoon. And young lady's steer that leads off the class, I just think really balances up incredibly well. He gives you a good meat animal shape from the side in terms of his rib cage. He's got that easy-feeding look about him. He's stout enough in terms of his foot and his bone. And when you get in behind him, he's not the most muscularly designed steer within the class, but I think relative to his weight and where he's at in terms of his feeding period, I think he's more than adequate in terms of his muscle shape down his top and back through his hip. I think he's really good in terms of his composition for this stage of the game as well. Young lady steer that comes out in second. His best feature is when you get in behind him. That one's really cracked open in terms of his shapeliness. Right out of the backside of his shoulder, he's big topped and square in terms of that loin edge as well. Gets a little drier ribbed when you view him from the side. I just like to see him a little softer, more pliable in that regard, just so he balances up with the steer that wins the class. But that's another really meat-oriented steer in his own right. Young lady steer that comes out in third. From a side view perspective, he probably fits up with our first place steer just a little bit better. But for me today, the dark pigmented steer is one that when you get in behind him, I think he's just a little more compositionally incorrect. He just runs out of muscle shape relative to the amount of condition that he's starting to throw down for this stage of the game. But nonetheless, 3 really high quality steers to get our show started off. Let's give those exhibitors a round of applause if you would.
Congratulations to our first class market steers having entered the ring and leaving at this time. Class 2 on deck. We'll be ready for you as soon as the makeup ring crew's got you there. Maybe doing some swapping around back on exhibitors. In class number 1 market steers, we find our first place entry exhibited by Sedona Sifford with RCF SXSK Seagram M812. Second place exhibited by Addison Revis with MBF Spiced Rip. And third place exhibited by Erica Shutsky with Magic. Class 2 market steers will be a 2-entry class, Your Honor. Class 3 market steers, please be checked in the makeup area at this time.
Well, for a class of 2, I don't know that we could make 2 high caliber steers any more different than what these 2 steers are within this particular class. And, you know, you probably get 6 different people to look at them and they're going to invert it 3 different ways. For me, I guess it really boils down to, is the steer in second good enough looking, and does he have enough gas left in the tank to hit what we consider to be more of a market acceptable weight range in this stage, in this day and age? The steer that wins the class for me, no doubt, wild looking calf, really up-headed, really long fronted, really long sided. You get in behind him, he's surprisingly big in terms of his muscle pattern down his top and back through his hip. He's got some added width and dimension through his quarter and his stifle. I read him not being wider, but I do think he's more expressive in terms of his muscle shape when you get right in behind him. I'll be the first to admit I'd like to see that one a little softer, a little more pliable in the center portion of his skeleton. And when you set him in motion, particularly when you get in behind him, I'd like to square him up on those rear two. He wants to rock on the outside of them feet just a little bit more than what I'd consider ideal, but I still think he plants with enough width relative to the amount of muscle he has up high to get him into that top spot. Young man steer in second. When he gets that one parked and he gets his head up, he's got some look. There's no doubt about it. A steer that's really dense in terms of his muscle pattern and his shape, really good in terms of that center body mass, definitely more rugged in terms of his foot and his bone work, but I don't know that when you set him in motion, he necessarily handles those rear two any more coordinated than the steer that wins the class. For me, when I get my hands on him and when you just look at him in general, for a steer that's in the mid-12s, he's probably given up just a little bit in terms of muscularity relative to the amount of condition that we're putting down for this stage of the game. You know, at industry standard, we're killing a lot of cattle at 1,500 plus pounds. I don't think he's ever quite going to get there. Doesn't mean he's not going to grade well, doesn't mean he's not going to eat incredibly well, but just trying to keep into consideration what that industry standard is for size and scale. And if we could just tidy him up a little bit in that underline in terms of that sheath, I think he gets into the top hole. But those are two really, really nice steers, just made incredibly different. Let's give both those exhibitors a round of applause if you would.
Class 2 market steers finding first place, entry exhibited by Mary Carter Shirley with MCS YB Diablo. Second place exhibited by Stetson Holman, my apologies, MCS Fran 226. His friends call him Bob. Class 3 market steers be our final individual class in the ring. This is a 2-entry class, Your Honor, requesting that all the previous class winners check in the makeup area at this time. All first and second place class winners from the previous class, please check in the makeup area at this time for the championship drive. I've also been asked to make all of our folks in the barn aware that there has been a fresh batch of popcorn made. So if you need some popcorn while you're watching this show, stop by the hospitality suite up by the show office there and pick you up a fresh bag of popcorn to complement the show this afternoon.
Another nice pair, really practically designed kind of steers in terms of their composition. For me, the one that's going to win is the young man steer up here on the right. I think he's just a really freshly presented, highly presented kind of a calf that's really athletic in terms of getting him out on the move. You get him behind him, I think he opens up just a little truer and square out of the back side of his shoulder, and when view him from his hooks back and his pins down, I think he just reads with a little more squareness of muscle pattern all the way through. He's a little more progressive in terms of his finish for this stage of the game, and that probably comes with a little bit of the concept that he just doesn't come at you with quite as much natural width right at the ground. And I'm not saying that he's narrow by any stretch of the imagination, but probably not quite as muscular in terms of that lower quarter and stifle as the steer that comes out in second. Steer that comes out in second is one that you really have to appreciate in terms of his overall width and dimension all the way through. As I said earlier, maybe doesn't hit you quite as square in terms of his muscle shape, doesn't balance up quite as nice when you view him from the side. And for this particular class, I'd like to see just a little more condition on him for this stage of the game. But again, those are two really practically designed athletic kinds of steers here to round out our steer classes. Let's give those two young men a round of applause as well.
Class 3 market steers, first place, entry exhibited by Braxton Carper with CF Tuck 92M. Second place exhibited by Landon Hall with Keith. We're going to bring those into the lineup of the makeup area. We're going to bring them back for our championship drive. We'll be pinning our champion as well as overall reserve champion for our steers. And for those of you following along, we'll be following up that with our bull classes. Bull classes to follow the market steers. Championship drive in the ring at this time. So that championship drive's coming in. I'd like to take a few moments just to recognize a few of our sponsors. You'll notice that our sponsors are recognized around the ring today. If you do business with any of these particular folks, please pass along your appreciation for their sponsorship of our regional Hereford show. Our platinum folks are recognized as Black Locust Livestock, the Georgia Hereford Association, South Carolina Junior Hereford Association, PD Farms out of Elkin, North Carolina, also HB Barnes Herefords, Parker Family Feed out of Bellwood, North Carolina, Royal Livestock, as well as Piedmont Custom Meats Incorporated. Again, we appreciate the sponsors, and we'll hit a few more of those this afternoon. Again, Steer Championship Drive underway.
Not a lot of numbers here in our steer classes, but definitely some quality throughout, and some steers I think will definitely play down the road just in terms of overall quality and type and kind that we've got out here. We'll go back through and discuss our class winners quickly. Young lady's steer out of the first class is one that I think is just really, really good in terms of his build and his center body mass. We get him back out here in this particular drive. Probably gives up just a little bit in terms of dimension and width, even taking into consideration that he is our lightest calf out here. I just like to pull that one apart even for this stage of the game, but that's another easy feeding, big bodied, sound structured kind of a calf young lady's done a real nice job with. Young lady's calf out of the second class, as we talked in that particular class, one that's just got a wild look when you view him from the side. So up-headed, so long-fronted, really relaxed about his front end and his knee and his shoulder and the way he gets out and moves off of his front end. As we said in class, he's one I'd like to reconstruct off of that hind leg a little bit when you set him in motion. He's just not as comfortable as he needs to be. I don't know if he's just a little deeper heeled on those inside toes or what the case may be, but he really wants to rock out on those back two when you get in behind him. One that's really opened up in terms of his muscle shape, probably as expressive in his muscle as anything we have out here in this particular drive, but one that with that probably gives up a little bit in terms of just practicality and feedability look about that center third. Steer out of our third class is one that's really highly presented and really freshly presented in terms of that hair coat dark red steer that gives you a really nice, easy feeding kind of a look, really balanced when you view him from the side, rugged in terms of his foot and bone work when you get him out here. Probably one of the more plain-headed ones when we get out here, but again, I think that comes with that added progression of finish that he has on him. He's a steer that's nearing that end point, and he really handles nicely. He's got a nice amount of finish on him for this stage of the game. He can probably handle another 7,500 pounds pretty comfortably and still be where we need to be. Really square in terms of his muscle shape all the way through when you view him up high. Gets a little bit more narrowed up underneath relative to that steer right ahead of him, but that's getting pretty critical on a steer that's just got a lot of really good things working for him out here. I'll give him one more look. I'll select you a champion reserve, but let's give all of our steer exhibitors a round of applause. Really a nice way to get our show started off this afternoon.
And our steers have been pinned. We'd ask our steer champion and reserve to please check in over at the photo booth. We're going to take some pictures with our judge, and then we'll move into our bulls. As our overall champion market steer, exhibited by Braxton Carper with CF Tuck 92M out of the third class of market steers. Our reserve champion market steer being exhibited by Mary Carter Shirley with MCS YB Diablo. Congratulations to both these exhibitors. We appreciate folks here today. Appreciate your support of the show and our juniors. And we know many of you have traveled a long way to be here, so we appreciate that time that you've taken to commit to our agricultural industry and the next group of leaders in our agricultural industry, as well as possibly other industries. So we are going to take a little brief break, and we'll move into our bulls. And I think we've got our bulls down here checked in. If you're a bull exhibitor, we are ready for you to begin checking in the makeup area. Thank you. All right, folks, we're ready to begin our bulls for the afternoon. Got that first class checked in down there. This will be a single entry class, Your Honor. Once again, Class 2, please be checked in the makeup area at this time.
Just single entry here to start our bull show off with, but a bull that's got a lot of shapeliness. When you get in behind him, he's really expressive in terms of his muscle shape, and yet when you get off to the side of him, he's really long patterned and really up-headed and long fronted. We'll see how he shapes up a little bit further when we get back out for our division. Congratulations.
Class 1 first place entry exhibited by Wyatt McCoy with MCF Devon's Deuce N16. Class 2 on deck. This will be our junior bull calf class. We'll follow that up with a championship drive, or division championship drive.
Of the ring. We'll just make one quick lap with these guys. Go ahead. We're going to leave these bulls where they stand here in this particular class, and I think both very high quality in their own right. For me, the young lady's bull that leads off the class, he's just a little more rugged in terms of his type and kind. You get on either end of him, particularly from that three-quarter views where I think he really sets himself apart. He's just more cracked open in terms of his shapeliness underneath. From there up, he just transitions with a little more width and dimension up high and back through his hooks and into pins. I think he's a little more progressive in terms of his rib shape for this stage of the game, like that added sweep through that center portion there. He gives up a little bit in terms of bone mass relative to the steer or the bull that comes out in second. Maybe not quite as progressive in terms of his testicular development. I think that's where this bull here in second definitely rings true in this particular class. Tremendously long-sided, up-headed kind of a bull, really progressive in terms of his testicular development, but yet still really youthful and fits this age range quite well. Really clean in terms of his sheath. Maybe not quite as stout right there in his ankle as the bull that precedes him. Maybe not quite as opened up, particularly from his hooks back and pins down, but those are two really high-quality bulls nonetheless.
And our junior calf bull class. First place entry exhibited by Morgan Riley with banner MPR Hokie 2506. Followed in second place by exhibitor Mary Carter Shirley with MCS YB Man in the box. We're going to bring those two animals back in the ring along with our Class 1 bull for our division champion junior bull calf.
We get these three individuals back out here in our first division. I think all three of these calves are really good in terms of their muscle shape for this stage of the game. They're progressive in that regard. They got some length of body and they've got some look. I guess for me, when you get back out in this particular division, obviously we got a lot of growing up to do on this young bull here, our May bull out of the first class. And I think just the quality and type and kind of our two January individuals, we're going to keep them together. Two young ladies will be your champion reserve. Congratulations.
And division champion junior calf bull. being exhibited by Morgan Riley with banner MPR Hokie, 2506 reserve champion, being the second place in Class 2. Exhibited by Mary Carter Shirley with MCS YB Man in the Box. We're going to bring back in Class 3. Should be on deck at this time. This should be our senior bull calf class. Senior bull calf class in the ring, single entry, sir.
Just a single entry here in our fall division, but this October bull's definitely one that could stand a lot more competition. Really up-headed, attractive fronted kind of a bull. Love the freckles on his face. Really good in terms of his rib shape, his length of body, squareness of his feet and legs. Still good in terms of muscularity when you get in behind him, and really good in terms of his testicular development as well. Big testicles set really square up underneath him. Like that bull a great deal. He's definitely the division winner kind of calf. It's a shame we didn't have more to show against him, but that's a really high quality individual. Let's give him a round of applause if you would.
Senior bull calf, also champion, division champion senior bull calf, exhibited by Rhett Day with SCG Day New Sensation. Class 4 entering the ring at this time with the early summer bull calves. This will also be a single entry class, Your Honor.
Another single entry here, but nonetheless another very high quality individual in his own right. Just such a smooth pattern, beautifully designed animal from the side. For being a horn bull, he still gives you a really elegant look from his through his front 1/3. And I know we're talking bulls here, but for one that's still as cracked open, as muscular as he is, that one's still really high-headed, tied nice out of the top side of his shoulder. Athletic when you set him in motion. Got enough to him when you get in behind him. Maybe gives up a little bit muscularity from hooks to pins relative to a couple others we've seen out here. And I'd like to square him up in terms of that testicular set, but just from a silhouette and a running gear kind of perspective, this is a very high quality animal here to serve as your division winner.
And our early summer bull also serving as our division champion, exhibited by Morgan Riley with banner MPR Glen Coco 2401. Class 5, our intermediate bulls. This will be a 2-entry class, Your Honor. Will also serve as your division champion intermediate class.
Really an interesting pair of bulls here in our junior yearling division, and obviously a lot of give and take within this particular pair. And there's bits and pieces of both of them I'd like to take and put together and make one that is really my type and kind. And that's not to say either one of these are low quality animals. I think they both have a lot of good things to bring to the table. Young man's bull that's going to lead off the class. I just like the added length of body when you view him from the side. He's really good in terms of his rib shape. He's got enough muscle when you get in behind him. He's good in terms of his joint work. He's square in terms of his feet and legs. Now, he's not the most masculine featured bull we've seen today, and I could darn sure stouten him up in terms of his foot and his bone work, maybe see him just a little more opened up and dimensional out of the backside of his shoulder. But I just think just in terms of length of body and balance and longevity in terms of feet and legs, I prefer him over the bull in second. Bull in second, really a nice made bull through the center portion of his body. Love that rib cage about him. Little on the moderate side, and that's not taking anything away from him in that regard. I'm not here to judge size today. I think all size of cattle work in different programs. Like the freckles up front, really dark in terms of his pigment, rugged in terms of his bone work. For me, gets a little bit just coarser in terms of his type and kind. I think when you view him down at the ground, feet maybe don't square up quite as nicely, and then when he transitions up there into his hocks, he is starting to put down some fluid. I hope that's not a long-term thing. I hope that's something that maybe just didn't take the travel to the show quite as well. He doesn't seem to affect him in terms of his mobility when you get him out on the go, but I would like to clean him up in that joint work to really get him up in that top place here today. Nice duo of bulls. Congratulations to both those exhibitors.
Intermediate Bull Championship Drive finds, Intermediate Division Championship. Brian's throwing me off up here, folks. Intermediate Bull class leaving the ring at this time. Our division champion, also first place of that class, was exhibited by Bo Knight with BPK K12 Olympic M26. And our reserve champion, second place out of the individual class, being exhibited by Amberlyn Kristenberry with Lynn Pumba 504. Moving into our junior yearling bulls. This is class number 6. Class number 6, yearlings, junior yearlings. This will be a 3-entry class, Your Honor. This class will also serve as your division championship drive.
Nice trio of bulls here in our January division, and young lady's bull that wins pretty handily in my mind. Just a really complete design kind of a calf. Really good balance when you view him from the side. Love the added rib cage and depth of side that he presents. Monster foot up underneath this guy. Really good toe spread when you view him up front. Maybe gets a little more compact in terms of his silhouette. Just not quite as long bodied as some other bulls we've seen out here today. But I think he's really uniform. I think he flows together quite well. Got a little more dewlap up underneath him, and he's another one, you'd like to probably square him up in terms of his testicular design just a nickel, but that's still a really high quality bull there, getting pretty nitpicky on that top end. Bull that comes out in second. I like that added length of body. Probably comes with a little more performance up underneath him. With that added performance, though, he's one that gets a little more plain in terms of his muscularity and his shapeliness. Comes at me, looks just a little heavier conditioned relative to the bull that wins the class. One that when you get that one parked, I like him quite a bit. Set him in motion. I'd like to see him a little more agile on those rear two. He's another one there that just gets a little more concerning in terms of his joint work. Maybe doesn't sit down with as much security off of those rear two. Then the young lady's bull around and out the class is one that's got some length of body. He's complete and he's smooth in terms of his pattern. Just need to see more of him to get him any higher here today.
Senior yearling bull class in the ring at this time. Single entry class, Your Honor. And I'll let him pin this class, and we'll drop back and give you the placings for the previous.
Another really beautifully designed single entry here to round out our senior yearling division. A bull, when you get him parked, he just gives you a really lethal look from the side. Love the way that one's designed from front to rear. He's just so smooth, so complimentary in terms of the way he puts himself together. He's not the biggest outlined or the longest sided or the stoutest featured bull we've seen all day, but everything fits together incredibly nice. We'll analyze him a little bit further when we get back out here for our champion overall, but another really high quality individual.
And we'll bring back in those top placing class winners from the previous divisions for our championship drive for our overall champion bull. Class number 6 was our junior yearling bulls class. Also serving as our champion junior yearling bull was exhibitor Grant Helsinger with GKH 42J Ladies First 2400. Second place in the class, serving as our reserve champion junior yearling bull, was exhibited by Amberlynn Christenberry with MTM 125.050 POTUS. And rounding out the class of junior yearling bulls in third place was Daisy Brown with SGF Fireball 2M. Again, Class 7, having just been pinned, was a single entry class, also serving as the champion division senior yearling bull, exhibited by Silas Gullett with SLU 031 Lariat 313L. Again, championship drive of our bulls underway. We will take a brief break following the bulls to be able to get those photos made, and would ask that our first class of bred and owned cow calves begin checking in.
Well, really an outstanding lineup out here, and I know we didn't have a lot of depth in those classes and divisions, but I'm really happy with how much similarity we have across these divisions. We get back out here for our champion overall, and obviously we get into this part of the world, and you guys are known for bulls down here, and I wouldn't expect it to be any different other than to have a really high-quality lineup down here. I think we got a lot of types and kinds, but I think we got a lot of similarities in terms of just good quality cattle. And I'll go back and talk these divisions quickly, kind of the pluses and minuses I see in each one of these, but really an outstanding group of bulls. You all should be very happy and proud of what you brought out here for a Bred Known project today. The bull out of that first division, I thought won that division fairly handily, just in terms of one that's really rugged in terms of his design. It's really progressive in terms of his rib shape for this stage of the game. Obviously, he's got a lot of growing into himself to do, but long term, I think that's the right kind of build, the right kind of rib shape, the right kind of muscularity. As that one grows up and out, he's going to be really interested to see how he progresses. Fall bull here out of that second division, as I said in that class, it's a shame there wasn't any more to put with him because I just love the style and balance on this particular animal. So good up through that front 1/3, so high tying out of his shoulder. Love that freckle face and just how dark pigmented he is. Really good in terms of his angles. And yet when you get in behind him, for one that's not super stout in terms of his bone work, that one opens up with a tremendous amount of muscularity from front to rear when you get in behind him. Now, if you're going to get nitpicky on him, when you set him in motion, he wants to maybe get outside himself just a little on those rear two. I'd like to see him just a little more symmetrical or square from hock to ground. But when you got that much up top, and I know how that is, when you got one that's rapidly growing, they've only been on the grounds for 24 hours, sometimes feet and legs don't always hit exactly where we want. Young lady's bull out of our summer division is one that's probably as complete design from the side as anything we have out here, just in terms of balance and symmetry from front to rear. Like the depth of side, particularly from forerib to flank, just how well he balances up there. Like the angles to this one, he's probably as square-footed as anything we have out here, and probably as good when you set him in motion as any of the bulls that we have out here. Now, with that said, you get in behind him, he's probably a little more plain in his muscle shape than a few of the other contenders we have out here, and I'd like to square him up in terms of that testicular design. He's not as progressive in terms of his testicular design, nor is he as square in his set as a few of the others, but that's not taking anything away from a really high-quality horn bull nonetheless. Bull out of our April division, if I remember correctly, tremendously long-sided individual, got enough muscle when you get in behind him. We get out here and compare him to those on either side of him. Maybe doesn't balance up or have quite the rugged features of some of these contenders out here, but that's a bull the young man should be very proud of raising to this stage of the game. Our big, rugged, stout-featured bull is going to come out of our January division. There's no doubt. That one's just got Clydesdale feet underneath him, really good toe spread, love the depth of side, probably gets a little shorter coupled than some of the others we have out here, a little more moderate in terms of his type and kind. And again, I'm not here to judge size and scale. I think all these bulls out here will fit in somebody's program. As we compare him to some of the other bulls out here, he gets a little heavier sheath, got a little more dewlap underneath him, maybe doesn't have quite the testicular design I'd like to see on him either, but that's a really opened up, big-bodied, stout-featured kind of a critter there in our January division. And then our bull out of our senior division, one that it's hard to draw a better silhouette than this one, just in terms of the way that one profiles up and balances. For this stage of his maturity, he's still really fresh about his front 1/3, got some length of body. He's adequate in terms of his rib cage. He's not as soggy as some of these others we have out here, but I think the pieces fit together incredibly well. A bull, if I'm going to get real critical on him, I'd like to stouten him up in his ankle just a nickel, and when you watch him go, he kind of wants to plant and twist just a little bit up front. I don't want to call him pigeon-toed, but he kind of verges in that area just a little bit. I'd like to just see him move a little bit square up front, but I just love how well that one blends together and the practicality of that one. You get in behind him, he's got enough muscularity about him, just a really nice balance kind of an individual. And so for me, it really comes down to about 3 bulls in this particular lineup fighting for 2 spots, and unfortunately somebody's going to be left out here today, but I think this is an incredible group of bulls. Let's give all these exhibitors a round of applause for breeding us such a nice group to look at today. I'll go out and select you a grand reserve. Congratulations to all of you.
And our overall champion bull being exhibited by Rhett Daly, exhibiting SCG Day News Sensation 120M. Our reserve overall being exhibited by Morgan Riley, coming out of our division early summer bull calf class with banner MPR Glen Coco 2401. We appreciate all of those of you who have brought bulls to exhibit today. It was some really good classes. We're going to go to the photo shoot booth, grab some quick pictures of the grand and reserve grand, and then we'll move into our bred and owned cow calf class. And I see that that class is moving into place, or already is into place in the makeup area. We appreciate that. And we'll be back with you momentarily. We do appreciate the North Carolina Junior Hereford Association for coordinating today's event, and we also appreciate the many sponsors that are out there. And with that noted, I'll give you a couple of the sponsors that we do have, if I can find those back here in my book again. We'll recognize our gold sponsors. Again, most of these companies are represented around the ring today. Our gold sponsors are Deer Track DTF Farm. I guess that's actually Deer Track Farm, but they've got a DTF in there to outline who they are. Jason Day Construction Incorporated, Cleveland Ag, Beefmaster Banter, Fuller and Company Construction LLC, Mitchum's Farm 3C, Terrace Farms, Will Viapold Herefords, Rutherford County Cattlemen's Association, Buncombe County Farm Bureau, Tennessee Hereford Association, P&J Farms, Blinson Strategies, and Purina Feed Greatness. I think that gets all of our gold sponsors, and we'll hit some more of them a little later.
Two really tremendous bred known cow-calf pairs here, and I'd be shocked if these two aren't in contention here in Louisville in a few weeks. Both these exhibitors should be commended for bringing two really high-quality pairs, and it doesn't matter whether you're looking at the cows or the calves alongside of these. These are both very high-quality animals. Young lady over here on the right-hand side obviously had that big, stout, burly bull calf at side there that won that first division there in our bull show, and we get her back out here. She very much mimics what she's put into production, just in terms of having a little added substance of base, a little more added muscularity relative to maybe this cow right behind her. One that with that maybe hits you as just being a little bit coarser at times through the point of her shoulder. She gets a little longer and coarser about that front teat, but the balance and on that udder is still really good. She maybe doesn't profile up quite as elegant in terms of the silhouette through the center portion of that rib cage, but she does have a big strapping bull calf at side that's obviously working her down pretty hard. And again, I know we've only had about 24 hours to get these things filled up, so kind of got to take that into consideration as well. But the pair here on the left, big outline, beautifully profiling kind of a cow here. Like the refinement of that teat structure. She maybe doesn't have quite the uniform of suspension when you view her in those quarters. She gets maybe a little more tucked up on those fronts relative to those rear two, but really a long pattern, beautifully designed kind of a cow. Calf its side is really, really nice as well. Really elegant, really long bodied, really good in terms of their feet and legs. These are just two really high quality pairs. Really comes down to some fine details. When I can get it, I'm going to take a little more muscularity. I think we need a little more muscle in these Herefords yet at this day and age. The young lady on the right, she's going to be your champion. Young lady on the left, or young man on the left, is going to be your reserve. But two outstanding bred known pairs. They should both be very proud of what they brought us here today. Excellent job, both of you. Congratulations.
And our cow-calf pair class, bred and owned. First place being exhibited by Morgan Riley with banner MPR Huckleberry 2315, also serving as our overall champion cow-calf pair. Our second place, as well as overall reserve champion cow-calf pair, being exhibited by Levi Womack with Womack Kickapoo Lady 347. Bred and owned cow-calf pairs. We're going to move into our owned cow-calf pairs. First class in the ring. This will be a single class, also serving as our championship drive. Owned cow-calf pair class. Should be a 7-entry class, Your Honor. And exhibitors, just a note for later on this evening, after our bred and owned heifers, we will be bringing back the grand champion bull, the grand champion bred and owned cow-calf pair, and then we'll be also bringing back our champion bred and owned heifer. So if you were the champion bull, or if you are the champion bred and owned heifer, or bred and owned cow, we'll want you back at the end of the bred and owned heifer show. I hope that's about as clear as mud. If you got questions, stop by the announcer stand. We'll make that clear for you. Thank you.
Well, obviously, biggest class we've had today outside of Showmanship, and with that, the quality runs deep. We're 3 to 4 deep in this particular class, and it may be a little bit of a shame we didn't get the opportunity to parse out the aged cows from these 2-year-olds, but we've got some really high quality animals all the way throughout. And I think it starts with these top 2 pairs, and this young lady's cow that leads it off, I think, is just a really, really beautiful 2-year-old, just in terms of being so symmetrical in terms of her build. She's got some width and dimension and power, but yet some femininity through her front 1/3. She's not the most choke-necked or cleanest jawed one we've got out here, but on my cows, I like to see a little throat up front. They make better cows in my opinion, but just so good in terms of her body, her feet, and her legs. She's good in terms of her udder. She's not the most refined in terms of her teats, but I think she's adequate for a 2-year-old, and I really, really like this calf a bunch. Got some body, got a lot of punch to it, got a good look. Obviously, it's young. We got a long way to go, but I like that pair a great deal. I think they fit together quite well. Got a big, strapping, rugged 3-year-old pair coming out next, and there's some people that probably this cow may be a little bit too much for them. Maybe hits some people as being a little bit on the coarse side of the equation, but I love the added mass and power and bone and rugged design that she's got in her. She translates that very beautifully into this calf as well. I think they're very much cut from the same mold. Love the body, love the bone, love the mass, love the extra junk that this one's got in behind her when you get in and look at her. Again, they've both got a little bit of throat on them. That doesn't bother me considerably. When we view this cow from the side, this right front quarter, you could say you maybe want to level that one up a little bit, but she is refined in terms of her teat structure, but that's just a really good, powerfully designed kind of a pair there to come out in second. Really the eye-appealing one that maybe matches our class winner the best is coming out in third, and there's no doubt this is an incredibly attractive cow coming out in third. Really a beautiful silhouette. Relative to those 2 above her, she probably presents just a little more shoulder and a little harsher in that forerib relative to those 2 above her. I'd like to see just a little more oomph in that calf, so to speak. Just gets a little more refined, a little more gangly, if you will, relative to those 2 above it, but she's doing a good job in terms of milking. My biggest consideration on that one is we need to shorten those teats up and get them refined quite a bit to get her in that top pair. Young lady's pair that comes out in fourth here is just a really good meat and potatoes kind of a cow-calf pair. There's nothing that blows you away, but there's nothing really wrong with this pair. The cow's really athletic. She's got a nice udder underneath her. Like to see a little more eye appeal in that calf at side. The 2-year-old pair coming out next is one that's young lady's got a nice hair coat on her, but with that being said, I think that's kind of maybe hurt her a little bit in terms of putting enough into herself. She's one I think I'd like to see slicked out so we can just keep a little more meat and bones on her. Calf at side looks like maybe we're just giving up a little bit in terms of performance for this stage of the game, maybe not putting quite as much into that calf as I'd like to see. Then we'll run into 2 age cows that run out this particular class, and again, I think for me, where they sort themselves down a little bit, and I get it, we've got some age issues in here, if you will, but with that, I'd like to change the udders up underneath both of them. For me, the one that comes out next is just a little more athletic, a little more rugged in terms of her design. Young man's cow-calf that rounds out the class, really a long-sided pair. Obviously, she had that bull calf that won his particular class earlier in the day, but again, one we need to redesign on those front teats to get her any higher today.
And our own cow-calf pair class, finding our first place entry, also serving as our champion cow-calf pair, being exhibited by Martina Alley with Clot-Felter Lights Out L668. Our overall reserve champion, also serving as second place in the class, is exhibited by Sedona Sifford with OCFV 832F 41E Kaylee 23K. Third place entry was exhibited by Jordan Mitchum with HBL Carmel L02. Fourth place was exhibited by Charlie Birdsall with PDF Spirits Manifest. Fifth place entry was exhibited by Kaylee Revis with ECR Genie 396. Sixth place exhibitor Michael Mesrano with DCF 642Z Daisy 45K. And rounding out the class in seventh is Wyatt McCoy with Purple Devon 59H. Again, thank you and congratulations to each of our own cow-calf pair exhibitors. We have gone to the photo booth, and we'll catch those photos, and then we will move into our bred and owned heifer classes. And folks, we got those photos made. We're going to move into our bred and owned heifer class. Our first class will be a 2-entry class, Your Honor. And those animals are lined up. Class 1, bred and owned in the ring. Class 2. Class 2 checked in the makeup area. We will follow this with a division championship, and then senior heifer, class number 3, would be checking in. Again, class 1 in the ring, class 2 checked in the makeup area. Bred and owned.
We get in to start our bred and owned female show, and obviously these are the calves that were at the side of some really high caliber pairs just a little bit ago, and kind of tipped my hand a little bit probably in the cow-calf show, but I really like this calf that leads off with, and I know she's young and there's a lot of time to make me look silly, but just the added bone work, the added stoutness of feature when you get in behind her. I like the added elegance about that front 1/3 for the amount of muscle and balance that she presents when you get in behind her. She's good in terms of her rib cage for this stage of the game. Be really interested to see how that one progresses. Young lady's calf comes out in second. No doubt a long profiling kind of a female. Really good in terms of her feet and legs. Maybe just gives up a little bit in terms of look under that dewlap and down into that throat. Doesn't hit me with quite as much power and mass in terms of her muscularity or feet and leg and bone work, but that's another really high quality female in her own right. We'll see them back here after a bit.
Good class to lead off our bred and owned heifers. Finding our first place entry, exhibited by Martina Alley with AHFCF Ma Wendy 521M. Our second place Class 1 junior heifer being exhibited by Jordan Mitchum with MF3C Carmel Dino 05N. Class 2 in the ring, Class 2 bred and owned heifers in the ring. We will follow that with a division championship. And Class 3 begin making your way to the check-in area, the makeup area. Thank you.
Nice trio of females here in our January-February class, and there's probably some trade-offs on this top pair, and if you wanted to switch them around and go with a little more rugged featured kind of a female, I wouldn't argue if you wanted to put that horned heifer up in the top slot, but for me today, I think just in terms of silhouette and balance and refinement freshness and femininity through that front 1/3. I really like this heifer that leads off the class. Obviously, really highly presented, highly shown. If you want to get nitpicky on her, you could give her a little more width and dimension when you get in behind her, and I think that's where those two heifers in behind her excel. But that's a heifer that's got a lot of good things going for her at this stage of the game. Big rugged design, big bodied kind of a female here in second. The white legged female is one that's really up-headed and long fronted. Just comes at you with a little more coarseness, if you will. She's got a little more dewlap, a little more open in terms of her shoulder. Now with that, she's got that added muscularity when you get in behind her. I just like to see that one a little more balanced, a little more poised when you view her from the side. Then the young lady's heifer coming out in third. Again, one that was on side of a really nice pair there earlier. Just gives up a little bit in terms of silhouette and balance when you view her from the side. But that's one that's got a lot of power, a lot of mass when you get in behind her. Just need to see her a little stouter featured at the ground, a little softer in terms of that center body.
And our division championship drive for our junior heifer calf underway at this time in the ring, lining those animals up. Requesting Class 3 senior heifer calves, please be checked in the makeup area. Senior heifer calves, please be checked in the makeup area for class number 3. Our previous class, number 2, our junior heifer calf breeding heifers. And our class 2 found our first place entry exhibited by Mary Carter Shirley with MCS Iggy 225. Second place exhibitor was Grant Helsinger with GKH LLH HPH 42J Charlotte 2503. And rounding out the class in third is Charlie Birdsell with DDCF Rogue Spirit 001A. Again, division championship for our junior heifer calf underway. Class 3 senior heifer calves checking in the makeup area at this time.
So we get back out here for our calf champion. I think we got 4 really nice representatives, and I think all 4 of them are very high quality in their own right. As we talked earlier, you know, we've got a lot of time to feed on these things and watch them grow and mature and see what their genetics are capable of. And, you know, a year from now, these may not be the ones that sort themselves to the top, but for today, I really like the quartet we've got out here. I think both class winners are very good in their own right. Our second placers follow right in behind quite nicely. They've all got some different parts and pieces that you want to like about them. The young lady's calf out of the first class, you know, obviously that one's incredibly young, but I think it's got some really cool parts moving forward. Be really interested to see how she grows into them, but I like the stoutness of features. I like the silhouette on that one. Still really good and clean to that front 1/3. Young lady's heifer out of the second class is one that's obviously a little more progressive in terms of age and performance for this stage of the game. One that's really athletic when you set her in motion, incredibly balanced when you view her from the side, really long and feminine through that front 1/3, but yet still adequate in terms of the amount of rib cages she's got for this stage of the game. When we get them back out here, we're going to use the young lady's calf out of the second class for our division winner. Bring the second one up in here and we'll talk about her a little bit as well. As we talked in class, I think this second place individual definitely merits a little bit of talking about. That's a big, bold rib, stout featured kind of a female that, again, within that class, she probably just comes at you a shot coarser. She's a little more open shoulders. She's got a little more dewlap and throat up underneath her. Maybe not quite as collected on her feet and legs as that calf out of the first class, but I like some parts and pieces in this one. Again, one that I'll be really interested to see how she progresses, how she fills into those parts. But the young lady out of our first class, she'll be a reserve in this division. Congratulations.
And our champion, junior heifer calf, being exhibited out of class number 2 by Mary Carter Shirley with MCS Iggy 225. Our reserve champion junior, being exhibited out of class number 1 by Martina Alley with AHFCF Ma Wendy 521M. We are ready for class 3. These will be our senior heifer calves. And we're back as soon as we're all ready down the deck down there. We're ready for them in the ring. Class 3. Entering the ring, Class 4 senior heifer calves checking in the makeup area. Class 4 checking in, Class 3 preparing to enter the ring at this time. As we're lining those up, I would like to recognize a few more of our sponsors today, a few more of our gold sponsors. Mead Cattle Enterprises, White Hawk Ranch, C&H Farms out of Opelika, Alabama, Womack Cattle, Corteva Agriscience, Performance Livestock Feed, Hopkins Ranch, Burns Farms, Aerial Applications, W&A Hereford Farm, LLC, West Lincoln Veterinary Hospital out of Vale, North Carolina, Thompson Cattle Company out of Lawndale, North Carolina, 4B Farms out of Shelby, North Carolina, Divine Creative Company, Knoll Crest Farms, Blinson Pold Hereford Farms, McCoy Cattle Farms, 5J Cattle Company, and Martin Branch Farms. Again, folks, as you look around the ring, you should see a list of many of these sponsors. We appreciate that if you will share with them that you may do business, that we appreciate their sponsorship. Pass that along to them because their support of this show has helped us to move things along and bring the Southeast Hereford region show to North Carolina. Again, looking at Class 3 senior heifer calves in the ring. Requesting Class 4, please check in the makeup area.
Really an incredibly good class top to bottom, and it's really a shame that anybody has to be last in this class. I think all these females all the way through have some brood cow utility, and I know this is a bred and owned show, so obviously all these juniors have poured their blood, sweat, and tears into getting these females here, and it's a really good class top to bottom, and we'll try to break them down, talk about them as I see them out here today. But I think this top 3 or 4 is very, very good, and this top pair in particular are really kind of my speed. They're a little different in terms of their type and kind, and you could switch them around and darn sure justify it. For me today, though, the young lady's heifer that leads the class, I just like her added refinement. And again, I'm one that I'll be the first to admit I like a little more substance, a little more power in my cattle when I can find it. But they still got to move really good, and they got to move flawlessly and seamlessly around the ring. And I think that's what this female does. She gets out and grabs off both ends of her skeleton. She's really long and elevated about that front 1/3, and yet she's really good in terms of her rib cage. I like the added sweep and balance that she has in that regard, or added length of hip or squareness of hip. Now you get in behind her, she's not as massive. She's not as pulled apart as the heifer in second. She's probably not as stout in terms of her bone work and her as big a foot as the heifer in second, but I think everything just blends together really well in a very feminine package. When they first came in, the heifer that I really gravitated towards was this one in second, and she's just really kind of my speed in terms of having that added substance and mass and dimension. I love how opened up this one is underneath. She's got some added chest floor. She's got some added ruggedness of bone and footwork. She's really bold in terms of her rib cage. But when you set this one in motions where I kind of want to change that one a little bit, I love the added substance, but with that added substance, she's a little coarser in terms of her type and kind. She gets a little more open at the point of her shoulder, and when you set her in motion, she just wants to kind of hammer those back 2 into the ground a little more than I'd like to see. I just like to see her a little more comfortable, a little more collected about the way she sets those rear 2 down. That's not saying she's unsound, just breaking down that pair. I just like to see that one just a nickel more refined, maybe a little more sweep to the center portion of that rib cage, but love the added mass in her. Heifer that comes out in third is one that kind of falls in between that pair in terms of the way that she's built. I like the added mass and center body that she's got in her. She gets out and takes a fairly long athletic stride. For me, though, she's just a little bit too much in terms of condition for this stage of the game. It's kind of starting to affect the way she moves out of her shoulder already, and she's got plenty of throat, plenty of shoulder for me to begin with. Gets a little bit coarser down that top line, but she's one we really need to pump the brakes on in terms of condition for me to justify getting her any higher today. Young lady's calf that comes out in fourth is one that, again, I believe she was at the side of our reserve cow-calf pair, and she's kind of a meat and potatoes kind of a female. There's nothing that really blows you away, but man, it's hard to find a hole in that one. She's so robust in terms of her rib cage. She's ultra good in terms of her pin width. She carries that width at the ground when you ask her to go. Maybe not quite as sexy, not quite the hair coat on her that those ones above her have, but that's going to make an ultra good brood cow for that young lady down the road. Young man's heifer coming out next, giving him a little bit of a hard time, but that's a heifer that's got a lot of length of body. Love the rib cage in her. That one's probably as good a ribbed as anything we have out here, just in terms of having that added spring of rib to go with that added sweep when you view her from the side. She just gives up a little bit in terms of bone and look and balance relative to those above her. Young man's heifer coming out next. Really a performance-oriented kind of heifer, tremendously long-bodied, really big outline. Just gives up a little bit in terms of center body mass for the amount of width and dimension that she has when you get in behind her. She, too, is one that's probably pushing the envelope for me in terms of condition for this stage of the game. Young man's heifer coming out next is one that I really like just in terms of her added length of body, the added depth of side when you view her in that regard. Young man's done an awesome job getting a beautiful hair coat on her, which I know for this part of the world is kind of a double-edged sword, but that's a female that you really have to like just in terms of her length of body. I just need to see more of her when you get in behind. And we're going to round out the class with a female that is really good in her own right. And as I said, there's no throwaways in this class. Young lady has brought us one that's big, thick-ended, and stout-topped. For me, just comes in a few too many pieces today. Just need to see that one transition better from her shoulder back into her forerib. Maybe see a little bigger outline and profile relative to those above her. But that's an excellent class for our November-December division. Let's give them a round of applause, if you would.
Let's give a round of applause to our exhibitors in that last class, and a great showman there. I appreciate you hanging on that calf. You gave it your all down there, young man, and I tell you, that's a thing that you got to be ready for. And you're ready to come back in here again, aren't you? All right, ready for that next class. Class number 4. These are senior heifer calves. Previous class 3 was senior heifer calves, born November, December. And placings for that class found first place entry exhibited by Mary Carter Shirley with MCS Rita 624. Second place exhibited by Rhett Day with Day Breaking C 1857 119M. Third place being exhibited by Brooklyn Price with CHP BP June Bug. Fourth place exhibited by Sedona Sifford with RCF 977 Magnolia. Fifth place exhibited by Connor McQuaig with CGM AHF Kit Kat. And sixth place exhibited by Bo Knight with BPK CES Lucky Penny. Followed in seventh place by Stetson Rogers. And eighth place by Ella Calicut. Folks, that's a Class 3. Class 4, bred and owned heifers in the ring. Class 5, checking in the makeup area at this time. Class 5, senior heifer calves, checking in the makeup area at this time.
Probably a little more challenging class to put together this particular time around, especially once we get from second place on down. But the young ladies heifer that wins the class does it pretty easily for me. She's just the combination female within the class. From the ground up, she's built incredibly good in terms of her skeleton. She's bold and robust about her center body. You get in behind her, she's got more than enough muscularity. One that maybe gives up just a little bit in terms of sexiness up front, wants to break just a nickel bit behind her shoulder, but I think that's because she's still got some gas in the tank in terms of grow. She's still fairly lean in terms of her condition. There's a lot of pieces and parts that we can fill into over time. I like that one a great deal to lead off this particular class. Young man's dark pigmented heifer here that comes in second. Doesn't really hit you hard when she comes into class. She doesn't really blow me away in any one particular area. She's a little bit plain Jane, kind of, again, a meat and potatoes kind of a female, but the longer we study her out here, the more it's hard to put a hole in her. She's still really good in terms of the way she ties in at the top side of her shoulder. She's uniform in terms of her depth, really good from forerib to flank in terms of that silhouette. Gets out and moves with some relative flex and ease. Just like to see a little more of her relative to our class winner to get any higher. Young ladies heifer that comes in third. She's one that I had worked down in my mind probably a couple more places at times, but the longer she's out here, the more you appreciate her just in terms of her cow utility build. She's really deep-sided, ultra bold in terms of the lower portion of that rib cage. You get in behind her, I'd like to pull that one apart. She gets a little more plain in terms of her muscle shape relative to the two above her. Gets a little heavier about that front 1/3, but again, that's a female that's got some utility long term. Young man's heavy horned heifer that's coming out next is one that, again, just like the basic build and design, she's really athletic when you set her in motion. She's got some depth of body when you view her from the side, and when you get back off of her, she's still probably one of the heavier muscled heifers that we've got in this particular class. Just like to see her a little more elegant, a little more balanced when you view her from the side relative to those three above her. Young man's heifer coming out next. Of our three remaining females within the class, I think she's probably the most genuine in terms of her shape. She just gets a little more tubular in terms of her overall design, and obviously fighting us a little bit out on the halter. Really hard to get a good idea how that one moves, but I think she's probably a little straighter at the point of her shoulder. Young man's lighter toned heifer coming out next is one that I think of all the females within this class probably has the brightest future in terms of where this one can get to eventually. We're just not quite there yet. That one needs a lot more time on feed to see how she develops, but I think she's got the right kind of feet and legs up underneath her. She's got the right kind of look and design. We just need to see a lot more cow there to really compete today. Then the young ladies heifer rounding out the class, the heavier naveled heifer, and I know I said earlier today I'm not really here to judge size, but that's an awfully big cow in this particular division. Just looks out of place for me here today.
Class 5 senior heifers entering the ring at this time. We will follow that with a division championship drive. All those first and second place animals from previous class 3 and 4 can be checking in the makeup area. In class 5, senior heifers entering the ring. Our previous class of senior heifers, class 4 of that particular cut, found first place entry exhibited by Sarah Beth Calicott with RBF HAF 1333 Monroe. Followed in second place by Leighton Reams with RCC Houston Felicia. Third place entry was exhibited by Charlie Birdsell with LDF PDF Classy Molly, followed in fourth place by Wyatt McCoy with MCF Miriam's Tiger Lily. Fifth place entries exhibited by Bo Knight with BPK CES Penny Lane, and sixth place by Silas Gullett with SLEW 213 Merle 415M, and rounding out the class in seventh place is Anna Kate Davis with DAV 001 Bluebell. Again, class 5 senior heifers in the ring. We're lining up those first and second places from classes 3 and 4 for our division championship drive momentarily.
Well, another very, very competitive class, and we get on this top end. It's probably as good a duo as we've had in terms of some give and takes and where we need to end up with things. Young man's heifer that leads the class. I just really like this one from a side view. She's just so smooth in terms of her pattern. She's elite in terms of that rib cage. Love the way that she drops down into that hind leg. She's got enough bone, but she's not over the top. She's really good at the ground when you set her in motion. She's one that when I get in front of her, I want to change those front feet just a little bit, see them squared up just a little bit. At times she gives you the impression she gets a little stilty off of that front left. I don't know if it's that or just the way she's fighting the halter out here, but that's getting pretty critical on one that I think just puts a really nice side view profile together with some added mass and dimension when you get in behind her. Heifer that comes out in second. She's the big punchy built one, and when you get in behind her from her shoulder back, I just love the way this one's designed. She's so big top, she's so thick-ended, but yet still really refined and feminine about her rib cage and her bone work and her joints. She's one that when you set her in motion, on the other end of the equation, I'd like to square her up from hock to ground a little bit. She wants to hock in and kind of push out ever so slightly. If you could get this one just tied in a little bit better, top side of her shoulder, knock that crest down on her ever so slightly, I think she gives that one a run for her money on the top end. Then we get some heifers where there's some more give and take. I like the freshness of appearance of this heifer that comes out in third. That's a big profile and long-bodied kind of a female that gets out and really handles herself quite nicely when you set her in motion. I just like to tone that one down a little bit, make her a little more sweepy about the center portion of her rib. Young man's heifer that comes out next, no doubt an easy keeping kind of a female, but with that, that's kind of working to her disadvantage in this particular class. She's one that gets just a little bit lower to the ground and heavier chested, a little further along in terms of her condition, and it's kind of affecting the way she's getting out and moving today. Young man's heifer that comes out next is one that just wants to round off of both ends of her skeleton when you set her in motion. When you get her parked, I like the added substance and mass that she has when you get in behind her. I just need to see that one more balanced up when you view her from the side. And then the young man's heifer that rounds out the class is a big middled kind of a female that's still just coming at us in a few more pieces. I think with some more time on feed, that one works her way up into the class a little bit further.
Placings for Class 5, senior heifer calves as we bring in our division championship drive. Finds our first place entry exhibited by Levi Womack with Womack Dignified Lady 4171. Second place exhibited by Tillman Staley with PT Lila 34. Third place exhibited by Salem Sifford with RCF 7, K409 Marissa M816. Fourth place exhibited by Landon Hall with Sunridge Christina 624. Followed in fifth place by exhibitor Logan Mansfield with RTF 7437G 38 Macy. And rounding out the class in sixth is Benjamin Wiebert with BLLWWBW Libby. Again, we are bringing in that division championship drive for our senior heifer calves. Would request that all second place animals also be on deck, which you may already be. Yep, we're all there. That's good. And Class 6, intermediate yearling breeding heifers, please begin checking in the makeup area. Class 6, intermediates, please begin checking in the makeup area.
So we get back out here for champion this division. Obviously a really sizable division in terms of numbers, sizable division in terms of quality, and I'm really happy with this lineup we've got back out here. The young ladies heifer that comes out of the first class is one that just hits you incredibly hard in terms of that profile, balance, and elegance, femininity through that front 1/3. Everything's very proportional on this female. She's not extreme in any one regard in terms of muscle, bone, substance, foot, whatever the case is, but she's got enough of everything, and I think it all blends together incredibly well. I like how fresh this one is for this stage of the game. You look at her and compare her back to the ones out of the classes behind her, you may question a little bit, is there enough cow there? And I guess that's for everybody to decide at their own discretion. For me, I think there is, especially considering how immature she looks out here. I think there's a lot of room to grow. She's got the right kind of pieces for this stage of the game. Young ladies heifer out of the second class. Won that class pretty handily if you remember back. Love the added substance, love the added capacity in this female. She's rugged in terms of her bone work. She's really good about the way she sets down at the ground. I like the cushion underneath this female. We get her back out here. She's probably not as elegant, not as big an outline, probably not as square and long in her hip design as the heifers on either side of her, but that's a heifer that's got a lot of really good pieces for that young lady. Should be very proud of. Heifer that comes out of our third class is one that, again, really balances up incredibly well from the side, from her shoulder clear back to her tail head. Everything's just so smooth in terms of her silhouette. She gets a little more plain about her head and her dewlap, and at times I question when I view her from the side, how much does this cow have in her? And then you get in behind her and you're really blown away with how much added mass she has down her top line and back through her hip. She's really rugged in terms of her bone work. I think she's really good at the ground in terms of the way she handles those rear two. As I nitpicked on her in class, I'd like to square her up just a nickel off of those front two. Again, that's getting critical on one that I think's got a lot of future in her, but that one's really good in terms of her rib. Really good in terms of her added muscularity. Love the added bone work underneath this female. Just give you a little bit of a hard time at times wanting to get around the ring and walk like you'd really like to see her. So for me, it kind of comes down to the heifers that book in this particular division. We're going to go with the December. We're going to go with the September heifer out here. I'm going to go out and give them one more look. I'll show you the two that I like and in what particular order. But let's give all these exhibitors a round of applause. Really a tremendous grouping of females out here in this fall division.
All right, folks, that's our champion senior division. Finding our champion coming out of class number 3, exhibited by Mary Carter Shirley with MCS Rita 624. Our reserve champion senior coming out of class number 5, exhibited by Levi Womack with Womack Dignified Lady 4171. I don't know about y'all, but it got mighty quiet in this building here. I think that folks are starting to fade for the afternoon. You're starting to settle in those seats pretty good. I would like to remind you that this evening at 6:30 we will have our North Carolina pig picking for supper, and we look forward to having all of you attend that. I would remind you again of the hospitality room up top there if you need a little snack this afternoon. And we are moving into Class 6. These are our intermediate yearling breeding heifers with Class 7. Class 7, please be checked in the makeup area.
Nice trio of females here in this summer division to kick it off with. And with that said, the young lady's heifer that wins the class does so pretty easily in my mind. She's the high-quality female within this particular drive that balances up the nicest. She's really good in terms of that depth from forerib to flank. She gets out and motors around the ring, handles herself quite adequately in that regard. She's got enough to her when you get in behind. And, you know, within this class, I'd like to probably lean her up just a nickel, particularly in comparison to our second place female. I think she's got enough on her for today, but she's probably one we need to take home and probably shut down for 10 days and just freshen her up a little bit before we go to that junior national push. I don't think she's over conditioned, but I wouldn't want any more on her today. Young lady's heifer that comes out in second. I think just freshness alone works her into the second hold. That's a big outline, long-bodied, feminine design kind of a female that when you get on either end of her, I just need to see a little more cow there relative to the one that wins the class. Heifer that comes out in third is one that sure gives you that added punch when you get in behind her. She's easily the most muscular in terms of her design, but with that she gets a little bit coarser off both ends of her skeleton, a little heavier chested, not quite as elegant about that front 1/3. That's a nice trio of females. Let's give those summer exhibitors a round of applause.
And Class 7 on deck. Class 7 intermediates on deck. Placings for the previous Class 6 found our first place entry exhibited by Carly Musser with 5C11J Ambition. Second place exhibited by Sedona Sifford with RCF 7H921 Make Me Hush. And third place, Landon Hall with Sunridge 48 Crystal. Once again, Class 7 intermediate yearling heifers entering the ring at this time. We will follow that with a division championship and then move into class number 8.
We're going to leave these heifers as they came in here. And again, I think a pretty easy class winner on this top end. Young ladies brought us another really smooth pattern, boldly constructed, kind of a female that's got a lot of dimension when you get in behind her. And when you view her down low, she brings that added dimension in terms of bone work and foot. Just a really nice way to start this particular class. Gets a little closer in 2 and 3 for me, and I guess it kind of depends on, do you want to use the heifer that's got a little more substance, a little more cow power in her, or do you want to use the one that's a little more elegant? I elected in this particular pair to go to the female that's got a little more cow power. This one's just more opened up all the way through when you get in behind her. She wants to get a little more plain about that front 1/3, maybe doesn't balance up quite as nice as our class winner, but there's a lot of good in that female when you get right in behind her. Heifer that comes out in 3rd is one that if you wanted to move her up a spot and say you just like the added elegance to her front 1/3, I sure wouldn't argue with you there. But for me today, she just gets a little more refined in her overall type and kind. I'd like to stouten that one up when you get in behind her and see her a little more collected on those rear 2 to get her in that 2nd hole today.
Class 7 intermediate, having just left the ring as we bring in this division championship drive. Finding in first place for Class 7, exhibitor Barrett Carper with Lou. Second place exhibitor is Brenna Perkins with SVC Sterling Silver. And third place, Kerrigan Bowserman with SK Patty. We're going to bring back in first and second place for Class 6 and Class 7 to put together our division champion intermediate yearling breeding heifer. We're going to split those in from 2 different gates to save a little time. Again, intermediate division championship underway with Class 8. Class 8 spring yearlings checking in the makeup area. Class 8 checking in the makeup area.
So we get out here for our summer division, a little smaller in terms of numbers, but I still think we have a top end that's really good in terms of their overall quality and design. Young ladies heifer out of this first class is one that I said in class, just really like the way this one balances up from the side, especially from her shoulders back. That one's just really, really good in terms of her rib shape and her sweep to that rib. She's really good in terms of her teat placement and teat size for this stage of the game. One that, as I said in class, you could see that one freshened up just a little bit, but I think she's good for this stage of the game. Maybe not quite as stout in terms of her bone work as the heifer that comes out of our second class, but nonetheless, one that really gives you a really eye-appealing view from the side. Heifer that comes out of the second class, she's the stouter, featured, more rugged design kind of a female. Definitely has the added substance of foot, a little stouter in terms of her bone work. And with that, when you get in behind her, she definitely has a little more power and punch about her. Probably not as elegant about her head. It's a little drier through the rear portion of her rib cage, so I guess it's kind of a trade-off there if you want a little more power and punch, or if you want a little more elegance and show ring look from the side. I'm going to use the heifer out of our first class for our champion. Young lady out of our second class, you'll be our reserve. Congratulations to you both.
And our intermediate champion, coming out of class number 6, exhibited by Carly Musser with F5C 11J Ambition. Our reserve champion intermediate, exhibited by Barrett Carper with Lou. That does round out our intermediate division championship. We're going to move into class number 8. This is a spring yearling breeder heifers. This will also serve as a division championship. Asking Class 9 junior yearling heifers to please check in the makeup area at this time. Class 9 checking in, Class 8 in the ring.
just a single class here in this particular division, so this will be your champion reserve up here along the gates yet, but a little more give and take in this particular division, and you could darn sure do some different things with this top three and talk your way into it. I guess for me, the female that I guess has the fewest faults, if you will, and built for the long haul is going to be the young man's more prominent white female here that leads off the class. Built from the ground up. This thing's just massive in terms of her foot and her bone work. Love the way this one gets out and traverses around the ring. She's really square on all four corners. And she's another one that when you view her from the side, you kind of wonder what you're going to get when you get in behind her. But that one's really robust in terms of her rib cage. She's good in terms of her top line and her muscle shape. She's not the most explosive back through her pin set as anything as some of the other heifers we've seen out here today, but you get that one parked just like that, she really comes together quite well, and I think that one's got a lot of room to grow. I think this is one we can probably throttle down a little bit and have her really dialed in come junior national time. Heifer that comes out in second, she's probably the most ready, if you will, of this top pair, and she's one that I really like from her hip forward. That one's super smooth in terms of the way she's presented. She's good in terms of that way she transitions from her shoulder into her forerib. She's huge in terms of that middle rib cage. Probably gives up a little bit in terms of bone work, gets a little shallower about that heel and probably not quite as secure off that hind leg. And, you know, even with that being said, I'd probably justify getting her into that top spot if we could just tone that tail head down. I just need to tuck that thing into her quite a bit to justify getting her into that top hole. Heifer that comes out in third, really nice balance kind of a female, one that's just getting a little more plain in terms of her type and kind. She's a little further along in terms of that condition. She's another one there we probably need to lean up and freshen up for a little bit here before we get pushing on for junior nationals. But big rib cage, probably as good in terms of muscle shape as anything within this class. Just like to see that one a little more elevated in terms of her head carriage, a little stouter or a little bit leveler in terms of the way she carries herself from hooks to pins. Then the heifer that rounds out the class is one that you sure appreciate where she's at in terms of leanness. But with that being said, heifer that just gives up too much in terms of overall dimension to get any higher in class today. No problem.
Class 8 spring yearlings finding first place, as well as our champion spring yearling breeding heifer for the division, being exhibited by Levi Womack with Womack Elegant Lady 478. Second place, serving as reserve champion spring yearling, as well as exhibitor Hallie Hughes with 640 Miss Snickers 03M. Third place entry exhibited by Katie Musser with 5C Hazel 305M. And rounding out the class in fourth place is Kaylee Revis with MBF HR Reba V24. Class 9 in the ring at this time. These are our junior yearling heifers. This class will also serve as a division championship. Once again, Class 9 in the ring, Class 10. Class 10, please be checking in the makeup area.
Another single class division here, but I think we got a really strong contender here on the top end of this class, and she kind of runs away with it in this particular division for me. There's just so much cow there, and it doesn't really matter what angle you view her from. Just so bold and robust in the center portion of her body, so big and cowy in terms of that shape down her top and back through her hip. She carries it down true to the ground. Now she's one that, she may not be the most athletic off of that hind leg, and that's getting critical of one that I think's got a lot of good parts and pieces here. I'd like to see her just a little more cushioned or a little softer about the way she handles her hock and her ankle, if you will. But the design's good. The angle to her joints are good. Just way too much cow to even consider getting her off that first place within this particular division. It comes down to a pretty close placing for me in 2 and 3. Heifer that comes out in second, I guess just for me, has more show ring presence when it comes right down to it. There's some things I'd like to change about her. I'd like to square her up off of her front 2. I'd like to see her a little better balance from hooks to pins. And when you get in behind her, she wants to funnel a little bit in terms of her shapeliness right in behind. But she's one that, I guess of the 2 and 3 out here, I just like her head a little bit better in terms of her head shape, and I think she does have a little more natural muscle and pin width than the heifer that comes in third. Heifer that comes in third sure can give you a good look at times, and I like the balance and presence of this one from her shoulders back, one that gets a little more refined in terms of her bone work, and when you get in behind her, I'd like to stouten that one up in terms of her pins, maybe make her a little more elegant about her head. If I could redesign that head on her, I think she probably gets up into that reserve spot today. Heifer that comes out in 4 is one that, if you wanted one that just has a little more true muscle mass and overall width and dimension to her, you could sure justify her up a spot or 2. For me today, she's just getting a little past her prime in terms of condition, and it's starting to affect the way she gets off both ends of her skeleton. Heifer that rounds out the class is one that I just need to tuck her up in her chest, give her a little more depth of rib when you get in behind her and from the side to get her any higher in class today.
And our junior yearling breeder heifer class number 9, and our division champion being pinned with first place, and our champion junior yearling being exhibited by Braxton Carper with Alice. Second place, as well as our reserve champion junior yearling, being exhibited by Hess Fowler with FFD 87 Lady Mateer. Third place, exhibited by Maisie Bunn, exhibiting BF205M. Fourth place exhibitor is Anna Kate Davis with DAV 0220 977 Sweet Pea. And fifth place exhibited by Peyton Trail with PT Iris 2422. Again, class 9 and our champion junior yearling having just been completed, our division champion. Class 10 senior yearlings on deck, along with class 11 checking in the makeup area. Class 10 senior yearlings on deck, class 11 senior yearlings checking in. I would like to remind everyone that following the conclusion of our heifers here this afternoon for our bred and owned, we will be asking the overall bull, overall bred and owned cow-calf pair, as well as the overall bred and owned heifer. We will be bringing those back to the ring for special recognition. Would like to also let everyone know that Mills Media has photos of anything that we've got going on here this weekend, and those photos will be accessible to you for a no charge, and that's a great sponsorship or assistance that we were able to work out with Mills Media from the North Carolina Junior Hereford Association, and we're greatly appreciative of that. So Mills Media Solutions should have photos up. I don't know if they're up at this point in time, but yep, they got some up there. They'll be up there tonight, folks, so hopefully you can look at that. Also, once again, we are streaming all the shows this weekend, so if you have some loved one at home or happen to be somewhere not inside the Magoo Arena here, we would encourage you to visit millsmedia.com or millsmediasolutions.com and click on Watch Live, and you can watch these shows. Thanks again for being with us. We're lining up some animals back here for our senior yearlings.
Well, probably the best class we've had top to bottom today, and I know it didn't take an abundance of time to sort it, and so maybe it doesn't look like I think it's that high a quality, but this is a really, really good group of senior yearlings, and I know how hard it is to keep the wheels on the bus on these things. I've failed way more than I've succeeded on keeping these things fresh enough and ready to go this time of year. And so I commend these exhibitors for having them in the right kind of rig, progressive enough in terms of their rib cage and what appears to be their production cycle, but yet fresh enough to go to the show. And with that said, I think the heifer that wins the class does so pretty easily for me. There's just a whole lot of cow here, and I mean that in the best way possible. This one, when you get in on either end of her, just a tank in terms of her rib cage and her hip shape. Really good in terms of her bone work. I think she's elite in terms of her feet and leg placement when you watch her go. That one's really flexible off of both ends of her skeleton, and yet for the amount of mass that she has and she presents you with, she's still relatively fresh and feminine about that front 1/3. Love the head on that one. She's not the one that hits you with the most with the base when she gets on the go, and that's where the heifer in second darn sure exceeds her. I like the added width, particularly at the ground on this particular individual. She comes at you with a little more chest width as well. Now, when you say that, you watch her on the go, she does want to get outside herself ever so slightly. She wants to tuck them hocks and kind of plant outside of herself a little bit, but that one's just huge in terms of her rib cage. Love the udder development that's coming up underneath that one with that added ruggedness and stoutness when you get in behind her. I'd like to clean her up in terms of her head and her shoulder ever so slightly. Young man's heifer that comes out in third. There's bits and pieces of her that make me want to let her win the whole show. I love the bone work up underneath this female. I love the way that hind leg drops down underneath her. She's got some way out there pieces that this breed needs to tie into. There's no doubt about it. Love the silhouette of this female. And if she was in a couple classes earlier, she's probably in contention for the whole show. Unfortunately for me today in this senior yearling division, I just need to see more of her. She gets a little bit smaller coupled in terms of her type and kind, and I just need to see a little more progressive in terms of that rib shape and that maternal look in that regard. But again, that one there has got some way out there pieces that I really dig on pretty hard. Heifer that comes out next is one that's a little longer bodied, a little bigger outline compared to the two heifers, or the heifer right above her. Probably has a little more capacity in that regard as well. For me, she just gets a little softer about the way she handles those hind legs. I'd like to stouten her up in terms of her bone work and see her a little more balanced down her top line. Then the heifer that rounds out the class is one that we're probably just getting a little too far along in terms of condition for this stage of the game. Again, one that's tremendous in terms of her rib cage, maybe as good in terms of her flank as anything we've got out here today. She just wants to get a push a little bit more off both ends of her skeleton. But again, this is the highest quality class we've seen all day. Tremendous group.
Thank you, Patrick. Class number 10 leaving the ring at this time with class 11, which will be our last individual class for our bred and owned heifers before we go into our division championship and overall. Class 10 placings found our first place entry exhibited by Paisley Young with YM Bambi D87, also known as Catlin. Second place, exhibitor Jordan Mitchum with MF3C Kessie Advanced 37L. Third place exhibitor is Rhett Day with Day Honky Tonk, followed in fourth place by Mary Hannah Gullett with Slew 2F Lorna 312L. And fifth place exhibited by Jalen Holt with BH Lady Air. Again, class 11 in the ring, requesting that class 10 first and seconds please be checked in the makeup area for our division championship. Following that division championship, we will bring back all of our division champions for our overall championship drive.
as we round out our classes for today. Again, I think we found a pretty easy place to get started off with. Again, this one's just really balances up incredibly well, gives you that great show ring look when you view her from the side. She's athletic when you set her in motion. She's cushioned about her knee. She's good about her feet and legs. She's got enough to her when you get in behind her. She's getting a little heavier chested for me, especially for no fuller than she is through that forerib. I'd like to pull that one apart there ever so slightly, but really easy place to start in this particular class. Heifer that comes out in second is one that, again, just kind of a meat and potatoes, basic design, kind of a female. Nothing really wrong with her, but nothing that lights you on fire. Like the depth of body. Her udders coming in her really nicely. Just like to see that one a little more elevated about her head carriage. Heifer that comes out in third is one that's really robust in terms of her makeup. That one's thick and beefy from end to end. Just need to see a little more progression in terms of that rib cage relative to this stage of the game. The heifer that comes out in fourth is one that when we get viewing them from behind, I just need to see a little more to her. I like the freshness. I like the added elegance through that front 1/3. I'd just like to see her a little further along in terms of her production cycle. And likewise with the heifer that rounds out the class. Really a long-sided, freshly presented kind of a female. Commend the young lady for sticking with it. Just need to see that one a little further in terms of her production cycle today.
Class 11 senior yearlings leaving the ring at this time, with our first place entry being exhibited by Levi Womack with Womack Red Hot Lady 32-37. Second place exhibited by William Wiebert with BLL WWBW Kaia. Third place entry exhibited by Benjamin Wiebert with BLL WWBW Luna. Followed in fourth place by Peyton Trail with PT Kaylee. And rounding out the class, Hannah Trail with HT Goldie 2407. We're going to bring those first and second place animals back in here from class number 10 and 11. This will be our division champion drive for senior yearling, which will then be followed by our overall champion for our bred and owned heifers. All division champions and reserve champions, please check in the makeup area at this time. We would like to remind everyone that following the overall, we will have the presentation of the Valerie Meade Bred and Owned Supreme Champion Award. And so we would ask that the champion bull, the champion bred and owned, or bred and owned cow-calf pair, and bred and owned heifer will be in that particular portion of the program. Once again, division championship underway. Again, we'd like to thank Patrick Gunn for being with us this afternoon. He's been pushing through things since this morning. We appreciate him being here. He's going to fly out this evening, and then I think he says he's going to head somewhere else to another state very shortly thereafter, so we appreciate him fitting us in. Again, division championship underway for our senior yearlings.
Really a high-quality senior yearling division out here, and I guess I shouldn't have expected any different with the caliber that we saw in the fall calf division earlier. It would make sense that some of these get to stick around and be really good senior yearlings, and commend all the exhibitors for the freshness of condition that we've got them in. They're the right kind of rig. They're the right kind of stage of production. They're far enough along in terms of their production cycle. All four of these heifers are more than sound enough, obviously to varying degrees, but all of them got plenty of body, plenty of look, plenty of quality about them. I guess for me it comes down to three heifers in particular, which are going to be our class winners, and the second heifer out of the first class. I think those three are really, really good. I guess it just depends on where you want to place your priorities. For me today, my type and kind, just in terms of refinement about head, neck, and shoulder, we're going to use our two class winners. We're going to start with the young lady out of our first class. She'll be your champion. Young man out of our second class will be your reserve. Congratulations.
And our division champion for senior yearling breeding heifer, exhibited out of class number 10 by Paisley Young with YM Bambi, also known as Catlin. The reserve champion coming out of class number 11, exhibited by Levi Womack, again with Womack Red Hot Lady. Folks, we're ready for our overall championship drive for our bred and owned heifers. And we're lining those up at this time. This is going to round out our show for today with the exception of our Valerie Mead Bred and Owned Supreme Champion Award. We do ask all of you to please stay with us for that, and we're going to bring back that champion bull. We're going to bring back our champion bred and owned cow-calf pair, as well as our bred and owned heifer for that particular competition or recognition. I'd like to remind everyone again that at 6:30 p.m. this evening we will have our NC pig picking and family fun night. And we've been smelling that grill all day long, so let's hope that pig is about ready. And if there's anything else that you folks need while you're here, let us know. Once again, we are getting ready to begin our overall champion breeding heifer. And once again, we would like to recognize our supporters of the show for our sponsorship. They are listed around the ring or on the banners there. And while these animals are coming in for this overall, I'll read out a few of those. Our platinum sponsors were Black Locust Livestock, the Georgia Hereford Association, South Carolina Junior Hereford Association, Parker Family Feed out of Bellwood, North Carolina, Barnes Herefords, PD Farms out of Elkin, North Carolina, Royal Livestock, and Piedmont Custom Meats Incorporated. Gold sponsors are in your program, and they range from Deer Track Farm, Jason Day Construction, Cleveland Ag, Beefmaster Banner, Willvia Polled Herefords, Terrace Farms, Mitchum's Farm 3C, Fuller and Company Construction, LLC, Farm Bureau here in Buncombe County, Tennessee Hereford Association, P&J Farms, Rutherford County Cattlemen's Association, Purina Feed Greatness, Blinson Strategies, Performance Livestock, Mead Cattle Enterprises, White Hawk Ranch, C&H Farms, Womack Cattle, Cretiva AgriScience, Hopkins Ranch, Burns Farms, North Carolina Junior Hereford Association, who also are sponsoring free downloads of all the photos from the show this weekend. Again, you can get those at melsmediasolutions.com. You'll find that information in your program as well. Aerial Applications, W&A Hereford Farm, LLC, West Lincoln Veterinary Hospital out of Vale, Divine Creative Company, 5J Cattle Farm, McCoy Cattle Farms, Blinson Polled Hereford Farms, 4B Farm in Shelby, North Carolina, Knollcrest Farms, and Martin Branch Farms. Also, Quail Ridge Farms, Mississippi Hereford Association, CPC Livestock Nutrition, Turner Hauser Insurance, Prestwood Beef Cattle, Mason Henson, High Country Farm, Mike Willis, Hoss Prestwood, and Beckland Farm. I hope I didn't leave anybody out of that. We are looking at our overall championship drive for bred and owned heifers for the day.
Well, it's been a fairly long day, and I hope we've been efficient enough, but still giving everybody their fair shake at their classes, whether it's showmanship or the show throughout the day. Incredibly impressed with the lineup of females we have out here for the bred and owned champion overall, and much like we said in the bull show and the cow-calf show, I expect a good showing from this group of individuals at Louisville here in a few weeks. I want to take the opportunity to thank the Mitchum family for asking me to come down and judge. As I said when we started off the day, this is the breed that my boys have decided we're going to hang our hat on, and it's mostly because of the people. We love the cattle, but the people are second to none, and they make everybody feel warm and welcome, and they're in a better place to be than at a Hereford home. And so we really enjoy our time in this breed. I hope y'all are enjoying your time down here. I know Southern hospitality is a real thing. I want to give a quick shout out to the Wards and the Coleys for taking me out for dinner last night. I've been instructed one of Kim's, among the many things that she's incredibly good at, is finding an awesome place to eat, and we did find an awesome place to eat last night. So They didn't give us any discounts, and they're not paying me to say this, but if y'all haven't been to the Silo, that is one of the better places I've eaten in a very long time, and I'm big on a good meal at the end of the day. So with that said, I am not big on speeches. I have never had one in the Grand Drive and thought to myself, man, I wish this guy had some words of wisdom or a little bit of tidbit of knowledge that they could share with us that I could take home and really do something with, because that's never happened. None of you are probably even listening to me right now. You're just waiting for me to go select a Grand and Reserve. So with that, I hope this is the most efficient Grand Drive speech you've ever heard. Give all these exhibitors and everybody that put on this show this weekend a round of applause. I'll go select you a Grand and Reserve. Congratulations to everybody.
Congratulations to all our exhibitors. Our overall champion coming out of the champion senior yearling, exhibited by Paisley Young with Bambi, and also known as Catlin. Our reserve overall, breeding heifer, exhibited by Levi Womack with Womack Red Hot Lady. Folks, we are going to turn our attention at this point in time to our presentation of the Valerie Mead Bred and Owned Supreme Championship Award. And do we want to do that before photos or after photos? We're going to do that before photos, so that sounds great. So if we'll bring in that overall Bred and Owned, we'll need you back. And we're going to bring the bull in. He's somewhere over here. There we go. All right. Folks, y'all have done great today. We've had animals lined up right on time, and we've kept things rolling. Our judge, Patrick Gunn, he has definitely not had a time to break today. So with that stated, we are going to get these animals in here, and we're going to turn the mic over to Kim here, and she's going to tell us a little bit about this award and make those recognitions.
As you know, my name is Kim Coley, and my husband Tommy. We're once again want to say a few words about the Valerie Mead Memorial Buckle that we are presenting here today. The concept and the sponsorship of this memorial was initiated by Miss Martha Dixon and Miss Julie Chapin, who are true friends of the Hereford youth, and of course Val and Tommy Mead. Val was also one of my best friends, as she was to everyone who ever had the pleasure of meeting her. She was a wonderful mother, wife, and daughter, And in the words of her son, C.W., she loved the Lord and Savior above all. So this buckle comes with a challenge. It challenges its winner to make and keep good friends, to be a good son or daughter, and to work hard and joyfully each day as she did, and to love Hereford cattle, your families, your country, and our God, who makes all things possible. Good luck, and bless you all from our friend Valerie Mead.
I did just want to take a quick minute to remind everybody to thank everyone that put this show on. I know that there is a lot of sleepless nights, a lot of extra hours, and it doesn't matter how much money you throw at one of these shows, it doesn't necessarily mean that you got the people in place to put one on, because you still got to have the man hours, you still got to have the muscle to make it happen. Obviously, I've not been back in the barn, but from this side of the ring, everything's been seamless. Everybody's been up here on time. Obviously, we've had a really good show. Commend the exhibitors for having these things fresh and full and ready to roll with only 24 hours in the barn. Hope the show tomorrow goes just as good as it did today, but take the time out to thank those that have put this show on. I know it's usually a thankless job, and it comes with more butt chewings and thank yous a lot of time. I've been on both sides of the equation, but it doesn't happen on its own. So take the opportunity to thank everybody that's got you here and put this on. As we get back out here for this Supreme overall, I couldn't be happier. Literally, this is as good a Supreme drive as I've been a part of here for a while and seen. A lot of times you get to these shows and you just go ahead and anoint the heifer that won your Supreme. But we get out here in this particular division, the cow calf is going to make a run at Junior Nationals. I'm fully convinced of that in that Bred and Own show. This bull, I think he's next level. And whether he's there now or whether he gets there in the future, that's a really good critter. And we all know what I think about the heifer based on how the heifer show was and how deep it was. So commend all these exhibitors. This is a whale of a Bred and Own lineup. Looking forward to seeing how these get along at Junior Nationals. Hopefully nobody makes me look silly, but really been happy with the cordialness of all the exhibitors out here today, the promptness. Just been a great show all the way around. Appreciate everybody having me out. I'll go get you a Supreme. We'll get some pictures. Thank you all.
And that particular Val Mead, recognizing our own Bred and Owned heifer as our Supreme champion. So congratulations.